Chapter 1451. The competition between the three lists proceeded smoothly and ended without a hitch. The first batch of 100 names on the Iron Sword leaderboard, 100 on the True Sword leaderboard, and 10 on the Ancient Sword leaderboard had appeared. After that, those who wanted to be ranked on the leaderboard would either have to wait for the next battle of the three leaderboards or challenge those on the leaderboard. Those on the challengers list could not be challenged casually. There were certain conditions to be met. Those who made it onto the lists would naturally receive rewards. The best of them would even be chosen as disciples by the elders. Their statuses would immediately surpass others, and the resources they would receive in the future would also be incomparable to others. The resources of the sect and the resources from their masters. With the guidance of a sword saint-level master, they would not take any detours in their cultivation. Inside the sect master's secret room, Chu Mu was writing on a silk book. This silk book was made with special materials that were impervious to fire and water. It was difficult to destroy and could withstand the erosion of time for a long time, allowing it to last for eternity. There were two large words on the cover of the booklet shining with sharpness. Sword Scripture. Comprehend sword heaven and earth. Synthesize one's understanding of sword arts and sword Tao, record it down with a brush, and compile it into a book. The sword scripture represented Chu Mu's current understanding and mastery of the sword and sword Tao. The process of writing the sword scripture was also a process of self-organizing. He planned to place this sword scripture within the True Sword sect as a secret scripture of the True Sword sect. It would be passed down from generation to generation. Any disciple or elder who had made great contributions to the True Sword sect and was truly loyal to the True Sword sect, regardless of whether the True Sword sect flourished or declined, would have the qualifications to comprehend it. How could one verify whether a person had the qualifications or not? Of course, it would be through the test of time. No matter how cunning a person was, they would not be able to withstand time. Just because one did not give themselves away for 10 years or 100 years did not mean that they would not give themselves away for 1,000 years. Moreover, there were other methods to verify. If someone who was not so loyal to the True Sword sect managed to comprehend the sword scripture in the end, it could only be said that it was the True Sword sect's misfortune. However, that was something that could only happen in the future. At the very least, there was no need to worry about it while Chu Mu was the sect master. As the saying goes, children and grandchildren have their own blessings. There's no need to care so much about future matters. Other than writing the sword scripture every day, Chu Mu also recorded some of the sword techniques that he had comprehended in the forest of 10,000 sword steels. These sword techniques were much more profound and powerful than the 4 sword techniques that he had created back then. Right now, the True God Sword sect needed to develop. The development of resources, the development of disciples, and the development of experts required more cultivation technique. Even if they did not directly cultivate them, they could still be used as a reference for the disciples. Especially the sword techniques from the forest of 10,000 sword steels of the True God Sword sect. It's time to settle the grudges from back then. While compiling the sword manual, Chu Mu recalled his experience on Yen Mountain when he first came to Deep Blue World. But the current him was completely different from back then. Back then, he was but a puny nirvana stage cultivator. Although he could fight and kill those above him, it was still beyond his power to face an 8th-layer nirvana stage cultivator. Unlike today, when he could kill a 1-star saint like a chicken. Furthermore, he was all alone back then. Now, he was the grand sect leader of the True Sword sect, and a rising one at that. He could not be underestimated. For a grand sect leader to personally take action was giving the other side too much face. It was also lowering his status. Once he gave the order, someone would naturally take care of it. Yen Mountainsley clan, a puny clan, dared to threaten the sect leader back then. They are simply ungrateful. Such a clan should be exterminated. A group of True Sword Sect's core disciples flew out of the True Sword Sect, heading for Yen Mountain's territory. They chatted as they flew. The matter of Chu Mu being hunted down by Yen Mountain's Li clan wasn't a big secret. And Chu Mu wouldn't find it embarrassing, so he covered it up, not daring to let others know. Which expert didn't start out weak? Didn't they experience threats time and time again? Didn't they survive time and time again? Didn't they eventually become strong? Some people, after becoming strong, would never bring up their past. They would think that it was a stain on their past. Such people would not dare to face their past, and their future achievements would be limited. Some people, after becoming strong, would not put their past in their eyes. They would only treat it as a kind of experience to stabilize themselves and sharpen themselves. Such people would be broad-minded, and their path would be longer. With Chu Mu's current height, he didn't put the Li clan in his eyes, but grudges had to be settled. Therefore, he had made this a mission for the sect. Core disciples would be able to complete the mission and receive contribution points from the sect. It sounded like he was abusing his power for personal gain, but that was Chu Mu's character. When they learned the True Sword Sect's sect leader was the same Chu Mu they hunted down in the past, the Li clan hesitated for a while. Some in the clan suggested they take the initiative to apologize and pay compensation to resolve the grudge. But the majority objected. They felt the Li clan was a subsidiary of the Skyblaze sect, and doing so would damage their reputation. Several months passed, but the True Sword Sect didn't make any moves against the Li clan. The Li clan sighed in relief, and the Skyblaze sect's expert overseeing the Li clan also left. But the True Sword Sect's core disciples still came knocking. Honorable disciples of the True Sword Sect, your presence brings light to my humble abode. Please come in. The Li clan's patriarch welcomed them with a smile. There's no need. Back then, before our True Sword Sect was powerful, the Li family had once hunted down our sect master. Moreover, it was when our sect master had shown kindness to your Li family, yet you were ungrateful. Today, it's time for your Li family to pay back. The leader of the dozen or so core disciples said coldly. The others stared at the Li clan's patriarch with cold eyes, making his hair stand on end. The Li clan's patriarch's heart sank and his face stiffened. The thing he was most worried about had happened. If it was the True Sword Sect of the past, the Li clan wouldn't care about it at all. But now, the True Sword Sect was different. Not only did they have many Sword Saint-level elders, but they also had many powerful disciples. They also had friendly relations with many powerful sects and had an inexplicable relationship with the Kanglan imperial family. Most importantly, the True Sword Sect had an old ancestor behind it, a Saint-Emperor-level old ancestor. The Li clan's patriarch was sure that the Skyblaze sect behind the Li clan wouldn't directly confront the True Sword Sect for the sake of the Li clan. The Skyblaze sect was indeed powerful, stronger than the current True Sword Sect, but there was no denying the True Sword Sect's terrifying potential. Unless they were killed in a single blow, it would be unwise to make an enemy out of such a potential opponent. All kinds of thoughts flashed through the Li clan's patriarch's mind. Although the Skyblaze sect had sent an expert to guard this place, it was only a low-level Saint-level expert, and it was only because of the Li clan's old ancestor's status in the Skyblaze sect. Looking at the dozen or so people in front of him, each of them was a mid-level Nirvana realm sword cultivator. Each of them had a sharp aura, as shocking as a sword. They were definitely not weak. What price does the Li clan have to pay? The Li clan's patriarch's voice was a little hoarse. Fighting these dozen or so True Sword Sect disciples head-on. Yes, he was even confident that he could kill all of them, but the consequence would be the True Sword Sect's anger. As the patriarch of the clan, he had to consider many things. He couldn't just make a decision on impulse. Currently, the Li clan's old ancestor was in seclusion in the Skyblaze sect, preparing to make a breakthrough. The Li clan didn't have much to rely on at the moment. What price? A dignified millennium-old clan won't be shabby. a core disciple of the true sword sect retorted. The Li clan's patriarch gritted his teeth and said, "My Li clan is willing to offer 10 million upper-grade yuan don." The true sword sect's previous harvest of 100 million upper-grade yuan don was from the Profound Water Palace, Yellow Earth Palace, and Green Wood Palace. It wasn't something a mere Li clan could compare to. 10 million upper-grade yuan don was still a huge sum for the Li clan. 30 million, the core disciple of the true sword sect said in an unwavering tone. What? The Li clan's patriarch's expression changed drastically. 30 million upper-grade yuan don was something the Li clan could afford, but it would hurt them greatly. 30 million upper-grade yuan don. Our sect master won't bicker with the Li clan anymore. Or we'll suffer the wrath of the true sword sect. A dozen swords were unsheathed and pointed at the Li clan. The Li clan's patriarch immediately felt a chill. All right, 30 million. The Li clan's patriarch was a straightforward person. Between his own life and the survival of the Li clan, he made a decisive choice. You also need to personally deliver it to the true sword sect within 3 days to show your sincerity, the core disciple of the true sword sect added. All right, I'll personally deliver it within 3 days. The Li clan's patriarch gritted his teeth. If you don't deliver it within 3 days, you'll have to bear the consequences yourself. With that, the true sword sect's disciples turned and left. The Li clan's patriarch stared at their backs with a murderous glint in his eyes. He clenched his fists and suppressed the anger and killing intent in his heart. Too much, too much. The Li clan's patriarch roared in exasperation, but his chest was still heaving up and down. If the old ancestor comes out of seclusion, he didn't dare to think about it any further. The Li clan's old ancestor was indeed a Saint Realm expert, but he was only a 3-star Saint Realm expert. This time, he was in seclusion to break through to the 4-star Saint Realm. However, in the Eternal Realm, every heavenly layer was a tribulation. It wasn't easy to break through, and even if he did, he would only be a 4-star Saint Realm expert. A 4-star Saint Realm expert was indeed strong, but to the current true sword sect, it wasn't much of a threat. This was because the current true sword sect had a 7-star sword saint. The difference between a 4-star saint and a 7-star sword saint was simply too great. It was so great that it was indescribable. Just a strand of sword chi was enough to kill a 7-star sword saint instantly. Prepare 30 million high-grade origin pills and follow me to the true sword sect. After thinking about it for a while, the Li clan's patriarch knew that there was no other way. Chapter 1452. True Sword Sect, Sect Master Peak. 2,800 meters away, there was an empty space carved out by a sword. It was about a few hundred meters in radius, with one side facing the mountain wall and the other facing the outside. There was no protection at all. The part facing the mountain wall was filled with huge rocks that were scattered all over the place. Chu Mu was practicing his sword at the top of the Sect Master Peak. This was his exclusive training ground. Basic sword arts. Stab, chop, sweep, collapse, one move after another. Chu Mu didn't know how many times he had practiced the basic sword arts, but he was sure that it was many times, at least in the tens of thousands. If he closed his eyes and didn't think about anything, he could rely on his body's instincts to perfectly perform the basic sword technique. Even so, Chu Mu still persisted in practicing the basic sword technique because it was already deeply ingrained in his bones, engraved into his soul, and became an instinct of life. The state of the sword in his heart, the inheritance of sword heaven and earth, the comprehension of the forest of 10,000 sword steels, and the experience of life and death battles. All of these made Chu Mu have new insights when he practiced the basic sword art. Although it was just a tiny bit each time, as long as he persevered, it would accumulate and lead to a qualitative change. After practicing the basic sword arts for a few times, Chu Mu paused and suddenly stabbed out. The thin and straight sword light was like an aurora piercing through the sky, silently and shockingly fast. Silent sword style. Today, Chu Mu had completely grasped the silent sword style. Moreover, he had derived his own unique understanding. The sword light was more restrained and subtle, and its power had also increased by a bit. Wherever the silent sword light passed, a huge rock dozens of meters away was silently pierced through by the condensed thin sword light. It was like a sharp blade piercing through tofu, going straight into the mountain wall. It was more than 10 meters deep. One had to know that Chu Mu didn't use his sword intent, sword energy, or the power of rules. He stabbed out again, and it was still the silent sword style. Pierced through another huge rock, and went deep into the mountain wall. Activating the sword intent would consume mental power. Although it didn't consume much each time, it couldn't be maintained for a long time. Holding his sword, Xiao Chun stood there quietly, recovering the energy of his mind while resting. The mountain wind blew past, but when it reached Chu Mu, it strangely disappeared. Chu Mu's hair and clothes did not move at all. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and a sharp light shot out like a sharp sword. He raised the sky beheading sword and displayed the starting stance of the sky strike sword style. Before the sword was drawn, wind and thunder surged. Its momentum was astonishing. It could gain the upper hand by a show of strength and intimidate others with its momentum. As the sword pierced out, energy surged like the water of a great river. Wind and thunder surged, and its might increased layer by layer. It was like a tsunami, like the collapse of the heavens. This sword strike seemed to contain all the strength in the world, wanting to destroy the ages. The power of the sky strike sword style was much stronger than the silent sword style. The ferocious and overbearing sword light pierced through the boulder and into the dodging area. The depth of the sword light was more than 20 meters, much greater than that of the silent sword style. The power of the second sword strike was astonishing. One sword after another. After a dozen or so swords, he finally stopped. He had completely grasped the sky strike sword style and derived his own understanding of it. Taking a deep breath, Chu Mu stood still in all directions, as if he had become one with the mountain beneath his feet. His aura fluctuated, and the mountain wind that blew over dissipated 10 meters away. Chu Mu's robes automatically swayed and fluttered. Specks of starlight diffused out from the fluttering robes. Holding the sky beheading sword in his hand, he displayed a strange starting stance. Star shatter, Xiao Chen muttered in his heart. At the same time, the sky beheading sword slashed forward, as if it was splitting the sky. Before its momentum dissipated, it pierced forward. In an instant, all the power condensed at the tip of the sword, turning into a dazzling starlight. In the rumbling sound, it was like a meteor streaking across the sky. The boulder was instantly pierced through by the starlight. The remaining power of the starlight didn't dissipate, and it pierced into the mountain wall, penetrating 10 meters before dispersing. Soon after, spiderweb-like cracks spread out on the huge rock in the blink of an eye, covering the entire huge rock. Countless cracking sounds rang out as the huge rock shattered into countless pieces and scattered. Soon after, numerous cracks rapidly appeared on the mountain wall with the point of starlight at the center. They spread out and covered an area of more than 10 meters with lightning speed. Today, Chu Mu had finally learned the Star Shatterer sword style, but he hadn't completely grasped it yet. When he completely grasped the Star Shatterer sword style and had his own understanding, he could begin to create the first sword style that belonged to him. After half a year, the development of the true sword sect was more or less on the right track. There were still some areas that weren't perfect enough, and they couldn't be accomplished overnight. They could only slowly improve in the future. Ever since the competition for the 3 rankings of the true sword sect had ended, the disciples had displayed shocking talent and strength. Talent was comprehensive and not just in one aspect. As a result, a piece of news spread. The True Sword Sect was the #1 sword cultivation sect in the Azure Wave Empire. In fact, there were only a dozen or so pure sword cultivation sects in the entire Kanglan dynasty, and their strength was rather ordinary. The True Sword sect was considered the #1 sword cultivation sect in the Kanglan dynasty, and no one refuted that. The current True Sword sect did indeed have such strength. The #1 sword cultivation sect in the Azure Wave Empire? No, Chu Mu wasn't satisfied with just that. He wanted the True Sword sect to become the #1 sword cultivation sect in the continent and even the Deep Blue World. This was a distant goal, and the entire True Sword sect would work hard for it. Chu Mu was someone who couldn't stay idle. In the past half a year, he had spent most of his time on the management and development of the sect. His own cultivation time had been greatly reduced, and this wasn't what he wanted. Now, everything in the True Sword sect was on the right track, and it would continue to develop like this for a period of time. He could temporarily let go. The city lords of Iron Sword City, True Sword City, and Ancient Sword City had already been taken up by people before. They were the clans of the 3 cities, and they had sharp foresight. They immediately decided to join the True Sword sect, and became its subsidiary. The 3 clan lords had foresight, decisiveness, and decent strength, so they were naturally appointed as city lords. Within the 3 cities, there were also properties of the True Sword sect. The swords forged through the sword forging technique passed down by Chu Mu were tougher and sharper than the swords circulating in the outside world. They had become the specialties of the True Sword sect. Although there weren't many sword cultivators in the world, there were many who cultivated sword art. The sales of swords were extremely high. In addition to selling swords, they also sold pills. In addition, they opened a sword school in each of the 3 cities, which specialized in teaching sword art. Of course, there was a fee. At the same time, they could also search for more talented people among the common people, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. 2 months ago, Xia Zhenkong left. A month ago, Ling Fengshao also left. His purpose was to travel the continent, broaden his knowledge, and hone his sword arts. Now, Chu Mu was also about to leave. Sect Master, this is a one-time use treasure created by the combined efforts of the 7 of us. Once activated, it can instantly kill a 6-star saint rank and wound a 7-star saint rank. Take it with you, just in case. Before leaving, the Great Elder took out a small jade sword and gave it to Chu Mu. The 7 elders worked together and spent several months to forge this small jade sword. It was a one-time secret treasure, and it was to provide Chu Mu with a chance to save his life. It could instantly kill a 6-star saint and injure a 7-star saint. This became a trump card. Chu Mu left with the elders and the secret disciples respectfully seeing him off. He didn't drive the Ultimate Peak flying ship. The Ultimate Peak flying ship was very fast, but it consumed too much energy, so it could only be used when necessary. This flying ship was light blue and had come from the Blackwater Patriarch's interspatial ring. It was a spoil of war, and its speed was slightly faster than the Purple Thunderbolt. This time, Chu Mu's destination was the Ancient Heaven Domain. The Ancient Heaven Domain was close to the center of the Deep Blue World. To some extent, it was also called the center of the Deep Blue World. It was known as the oldest and largest domain in the Deep Blue World. The Ancient Heavenly Domain was extraordinarily large. For example, the territory of the Kanglan dynasty, also known as the Kanglan Domain, was about the same size as the Firmament Domain and the Leaning Mountain Domain. However, the size of the Ancient Heavenly Domain was more than 10 times that of the Kanglan dynasty. The founder of the Kanglan dynasty was a holy emperor. The founder of the Firmament Domain was also a holy emperor. The founder of the Koshan Domain was also a holy emperor. In short, there were as many domains as there were in the Deep Blue World as there were holy emperors. It sounded like a lot, but it had been passed down for countless years. As the earliest and oldest domain, the founder of the Ancient Heaven Domain was not one holy emperor, but 5. Led by Heaven Ancient Holy Emperor, the other 4 holy emperors worked together to establish the Ancient Heaven Domain. After establishing the Ancient Heaven Domain, Heaven ancient holy emperor consumed too much energy. He spent a period of time to name and regulate the ancient heaven domain. After that, he went into closed-door cultivation and was never heard from again. The other 4 holy emperors did not consume too much energy. After several thousand years of closed-door cultivation, they came out one by one. They commanded the world, established sects, and went on expeditions. Finally, they controlled the ancient heaven domain and divided it into 4 parts. The sects established by the 4 holy emperors were stronger than the firmament domain's firmament holy ground, and also stronger than the Kanglan dynasty. The 4 sects were the heaven suppressing sect, heaven opening hall, shattering heaven palace, and heavenly fusion sect. They were also known as the 4 great heavenly gates of the ancient heaven domain. If heaven ancient holy emperor appeared, the ancient heaven domain would respect him. Unfortunately, there was no news of him after his closed-door cultivation. The 4 great heavenly gates dominated the ancient heaven domain. This information was given to Chumu by Xia Zhenkong. Xia Zhenkong had traveled to the deep blue world's mainland, and naturally stayed in the ancient heaven domain for a period of time. He had a certain degree of understanding of the ancient heaven domain. He knew that Chumu wanted to further his training, and he also wanted to find the 5 elements and 8 phases essences. Hence, he recommended that Chumu go to the ancient heaven domain. As the deep blue world's oldest and largest domain, there were many treasures in the ancient heaven domain. Many treasures that could not be found in other domains could be found in the ancient heaven domain. However, there were more experts and geniuses in the ancient heaven domain. Whether it was the number of experts, the quality of geniuses, or the resources, the ancient heaven domain surpassed the other domains. It was worthy of being called the number 1 domain in the deep blue world. Chapter 1453. The Genius City was a rather famous city in the ancient heaven domain. The Genius City wasn't famous because of how big the city was. In fact, there were many cities that were bigger than the Genius City in the ancient heaven domain. There were at least 100 of them. The reason why Genius City was famous wasn't because it was rich in resources, but because in the ancient heavenly domain, Genius City couldn't even be ranked in the ancient heavenly domain. However, the Genius City was very famous. Almost everyone in the ancient heaven domain knew about it. A long time ago, this city wasn't called the Genius City, but another name. That was because in 100 years, a dozen exceptional geniuses had appeared in this city. Every one of them had become a high-level saint expert. Their fame had spread throughout the ancient heaven domain. In the end, the city was renamed the Genius City. Subsequently, exceptional geniuses had appeared continuously in the Genius City. On average, there was one every few decades, causing the Genius City's fame to grow. In the deep blue world, geniuses could be divided into several levels. Yellow geniuses were slightly more outstanding than ordinary cultivators. They were 1 in 10,000. Black geniuses surpassed yellow geniuses. They were 1 in 10,000. Earth geniuses surpassed black geniuses. They were 1 in a million. Heaven geniuses surpassed earth geniuses. They were 1 in 10,000. Exceptional geniuses were above heaven geniuses. They were 1 in 100 million. Note that this kind of selection of 1 in 100,000 didn't apply to everyone, but to cultivators. That was because not everyone had the talent for cultivation and could become a cultivator. The ratio of ordinary people to cultivators was about 10 to 1. Calculating it this way, it meant that among everyone, there would only be 1 exceptional genius in a billion. That was only in theory. In reality, it might be even less. In a city, a dozen exceptional geniuses had appeared in 100 years. After that, there would be another exceptional genius every 40 to 50 years. There were even more geniuses of other levels. The Genius City lived up to its name. After the first dozen exceptional geniuses had become high-level saints, they had returned to the Genius City and established the Genius Exchange. As the name implied, Only geniuses had the qualifications to enter and trade. Geniuses often couldn't be understood with common sense. They might have some treasures on them that others didn't have, but they also needed them. Thus, the exchange was born, and geniuses traded with each other. When Xia Zhenkong found out that Chu Mu was looking for the essences of the 5 elements and 8 phases, he recommended him to go to the ancient heaven domain's genius city. As for whether Chu Mu could enter the exchange, Xia Zhenkong wasn't worried at all. If Chu Mu couldn't enter, then no one in this world could be called a genius. In Xia Zhenkong's opinion, the so-called exceptional geniuses were no match for Chu Mu. Genius City was famous because of the large number of geniuses it produced. At the same time, it attracted a large number of geniuses from afar. Some people said that in other places it might be hard to find a genius, but in Genius City, if you threw a stone and hit 10 people, there would definitely be 2 or 3 geniuses. This statement was indeed a little exaggerated, but it also meant that the number of geniuses in Genius City far exceeded that of other places. Most of the geniuses were attracted by the fame of Genius City. For example, Chu Mu. After several months of flying at full speed, using a flying ship faster than the Purple Thunderbolt and consuming tens of millions of high-grade origin pills, Chu Mu had finally resisted the ancient heaven domain and arrived outside Genius City. He was about to step into Genius City. The gates of Genius City were wide open. There were no guards, so anyone could enter and leave at will. Although Genius City wasn't considered big in the ancient heaven domain, and it might not even be ranked in the top 100, it was still huge compared to the many cities of the Kanglan dynasty. Every inch of the ancient city exuded the aura of an outstanding person. As he strolled along the streets, Chu Mu held the sky beheading sword in his left hand. Wisps of aura kept flowing from his body into the sky beheading sword and back into Chu Mu's body, forming a cycle over and over again. The sky beheading sword could be kept in his body, but ever since he had comprehended the sword in his heart and obtained the inheritance of the sword world, he understood one thing. With a sword in hand, maintaining the flow of aura between the sword and the user at all times would help in deepening his understanding and control of the sword. This was because sword cultivators used their hands to wield their sword. Their hands were in direct contact with the sword, which was different from nurturing it in the body. The streets of Genius City were very wide. It could accommodate 20 horses at the same time without being crowded. People came and went, and it was very lively. Many people were either carrying swords or carrying swords on their back. Unusual auras emanated from their bodies. Some were fierce, some were firm, some were gentle, and some were obscure. Chu Mu even saw a few people from the celestial race. Men and women were walking side by side. Everywhere they passed, many people automatically retreated. The appearance of the people of the celestial race was not much different from that of the human race, but their auras were different. They always had a sense of superiority. Their appearance was that the men were handsome and confident, and the women were noble and beautiful. In other words, it was impossible to find an ugly person in the celestial race. Not to mention ugly, there weren't even any ordinary clansmen. Any member of the celestial race, when placed in the human race, could be described as a handsome man and a beautiful woman. Coupled with the noble temperament they naturally exuded, countless people pursued them endlessly. The people of the celestial race had a natural sense of superiority, so much so that when they treated other races, they would always have a superior attitude. It was as if in the entire world, only the celestial race was the most outstanding race. However, many people fell for this trick. The fact that they automatically made way for the people of the celestial race was a very direct proof. This was the second time Chu Mu had seen the people of the celestial race. The first time was in the black demon abyss of the firmament territory. Passing by a few heaven race people, Chu Mu kept a distance from them. He did not intentionally target them, nor did he intentionally avoid them. Everything was going to happen naturally. "Brother, May I ask where the Genius Garden is? Chu Mu stopped a person on the side of the road and asked. Genius Garden. The person who was stopped was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted and pointed to the street behind him. It's over there. As long as you walk straight ahead, you can see the Genius Garden. Thank you. Chu Mu said indifferently, and once again walked forward. After a quarter of an hour, Chu Mu still did not see the Genius Garden. According to what that person said, he could see it if he walked straight ahead, which meant that the Genius Garden was very eye-catching. There were only two possibilities left. One was that that person was teasing Chu Mu, and the other was that the Genius Garden had not arrived yet. The possibility of the first possibility was very low. After all, Chu Mu's tone was indifferent and gentle, not aggressive at all, and not to the extent of making the other party feel disgusted. With a thought in his mind, Chu Mu did not stop and continued to walk forward. With his speed, every step he took seemed slow, but in reality, he was already several meters away. He continued to move forward, and was even faster than a BMW. Even so, it took half an hour for Chu Mu to see the so-called Genius Garden. It was a 3-story pavilion. The pavilion looked very simple, as if it had been there for many years. There was a huge plaque on the door of the pavilion. On it were the 3 golden words, Genius Garden. Even without sunlight, it was still shining with a golden light. It was very eye-catching. Unless one was blind, they would definitely see it. According to Xiaozhenkong, the so-called Genius Exchange was inside the Genius Garden. However, it was not that easy to enter the Genius Garden. To many people, the Genius Garden was a place that they yearned for, something that they could only look at but not reach. Just look at the many people who passed by the Genius Garden. Look at their expressions, their eyes, and the envy and yearning that came from their bones, from their hearts, and from the depths of their souls. Chu Mu strode towards the entrance of the Genius Garden. Immediately, many gazes fell on him. Just as he stepped onto the stairs, Chu Mu felt an unusual atmosphere. Just as he stepped into the door of the Genius Garden Pavilion, he hadn't even completely walked in when a person appeared in front of him. Without any sound, like a ghost, he suddenly appeared and blocked Chu Mu's path. What's the matter? This person looked like a waiter. He had an ordinary appearance and his eyes didn't have any divine light. If he were placed in a restaurant, he would definitely be mistaken for a waiter. It was hard to imagine that he had extraordinary strength. Examination. Chu Mu said. Do you have a referral? The waiter asked. Yes. Chu Mu said. Before coming, Xiaozhenkong had already explained the rules of the Genius Garden to Chu Mu. To enter the Genius Garden, geniuses who had already passed the examination could enter at any time. For people like Chu Mu, who came for the first time, they had to pass the examination first. In order to take the examination, there had to be a referral. Without a referral, it would be more troublesome and time-consuming. Xiaozhenkong was Chu Mu's referral. Since Chu Mu said that he had a referral, the waiter didn't make things difficult for him. He brought Chu Mu to the second floor of the pavilion. Lord Deacon, this person is applying for the examination, said the waiter to a middle-aged man on the second floor. Do you have a referral? Asked the middle-aged man. Yes. The waiter replied. All right, you can leave. The middle-aged man looked at Chu Mu. Please show me your referral letter. A special letter immediately appeared in Chu Mu's hand. This letter was given to him by Xiaozhenkong. The middle-aged man took it and looked at it. Astonishment immediately appeared on his face. This is indeed a letter from the Genius Garden. You can actually get a Tian-rank genius to be your referral. It seems your talent is no small matter. The cyan-robed middle-aged man's tone was a bit more fervent, and the way he looked at Chu Mu had also changed. Chapter 1454. Someone went in. Could it be another genius? I think so. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to casually walk into the Genius Garden. That's not necessarily the case. Some people come from small places and don't have much experience. They think they're geniuses, but after entering the genius garden, they'll realize that there's still a huge gap between them and true geniuses. Outside the genius garden, the people who saw Chu-Mu walk into the genius garden began to discuss. There were standards for geniuses. The lowest level of geniuses were yellow-class geniuses. Even so, it was still 1 in 10,000. In other words, out of 10,000 cultivators, there might only be one yellow-class genius. There were many cultivators in the genius city. There were also many geniuses who came because of its reputation. However, a portion of them were considered geniuses in their original places. In fact, they were only slightly more outstanding than ordinary cultivators. For example, they were 1 in 10, 1 in 100, or 1 in 1,000. It wasn't at the level of 1 in 10,000. There was a group of people who thought they were geniuses who entered the genius garden to apply for the examination. In the end, they were dealt a huge blow and left with their tails between their legs. On the contrary, those who could pass the examination were yellow-class geniuses at the very least. The genius garden had existed for tens of thousands of years. Since the establishment of the genius garden by a dozen peerless geniuses, more and more peerless geniuses appeared in the genius city. In the end, each of them became a peerless saint and became famous throughout the ancient heaven domain. This caused the genius garden's overall strength to constantly increase. After tens of thousands of years, the genius garden had become a powerful existence that even the 4 great sky gates didn't dare to ignore. However, the genius garden wasn't a sect, nor was it a gang or family. It was only a gathering point for geniuses. It was a relatively loose organization. Therefore, it didn't arouse any fear or hostility from the 4 great sky gates. In the ancient heaven domain, and many other domains, the genius garden had a reputation that couldn't be ignored. Any genius who could pass the genius garden's examination would be recognized as a true genius no matter which domain they were in. According to the rules, I have to explain it to you. On the 2nd floor of the genius garden, the green-robed middle-aged attendant gestured for Chu-Mu to sit down. He then said, "You have a referral, so you don't need any other proof. You can take the test directly. If you pass the test, you will be able to obtain the Genius Medallion recognized by the Genius Garden. The Genius Medallion is quite useful in many places in the ancient heaven domain and other domains. For example, if you want to gather information, head to the Wind Whispering Tower and show the Genius Medallion." Chu-Mu nodded. The geniuses recognized by the Genius Garden are true geniuses. Thus, the Genius Garden's examination is also rather difficult. Geniuses, from the lowest to the highest, are divided into the yellow grade, profound grade, earth grade, heaven grade, and exceptional geniuses. It's said that above the exceptional geniuses, there are monstrous geniuses. I'm digressing. The green-robed attendant coughed softly. Every cultivator is good at different things. Even if they cultivate the same cultivation method, there will be slight differences because of the individual. Moreover, different people have great differences in cultivation talent, comprehension, willpower, and other aspects. But no matter what, everything comes down to strength in the end. The strong will always live longer. However, although there will be some differences, true geniuses will still be more outstanding than ordinary cultivators in all aspects. Thus, the Genius Garden's examination is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is to test comprehension, the second stage is to test willpower, and the third stage is to test strength. Only by passing all 3 stages can one obtain the Genius Garden's Genius Token. The 3 stages of the examination are also divided into the Yellow Grade Examination, Profound Grade Examination, Earth Grade Examination, Heaven Grade Examination, and Exceptional Grade Examination for exceptional geniuses. Every person who applies for the examination must first pay a corresponding amount of elemental pills. They can take the examination once, and if they pass, the elemental pills will be returned. There are a total of 3 chances to take the examination. If they fail all 3 times, they will never be able to enter the Genius Garden again. The green-robed attendant said, "Sir, which stage of the examination do you want to apply for?" Chu Mu had already understood what the green-robed attendant was talking about from Xiaojinkong. However, due to the Genius Garden's rules, the attendant had to explain everything once. Comprehension and willpower were extremely mysterious things, and it was very difficult to accurately express them. As for strength, it had a more direct and clear way to express it. Yellow-gray geniuses could fight across a stage and kill their opponent. In other words, a yellow-gray genius at the early first sky of Nirvana realm could kill an ordinary middle first sky of Nirvana realm. Moreover, it would be an experienced middle first sky of Nirvana realm. Most of the geniuses in the outside world belonged to this stage. Profound gray geniuses could cross 2 stages and kill powerful enemies. In other words, they could kill a late first sky of Nirvana realm cultivator with an early first sky of Nirvana realm cultivation. Earth-grade geniuses went 1 step further and could kill a peak first sky of Nirvana realm cultivator with an early first sky of Nirvana realm cultivation. It was killing, not fighting or defeating. The 3 concepts were different. As for heaven-grade geniuses, they were even more amazing. They could cross a stage and kill powerful enemies. An early first sky of Nirvana realm cultivator could kill an early second sky of Nirvana realm cultivator. Exceptional geniuses above heaven-grade geniuses had even more possibilities. Not only could they easily cross a stage and kill their opponents, but they could also fight against stronger opponents and even defeat them. The Genius Garden didn't have a test for monstrous geniuses above exceptional geniuses because until now, there hadn't been a monstrous genius in the Genius Garden. Applying for a test was completely voluntary. The Genius Garden wouldn't interfere. If you made the wrong choice and couldn't pass, it would be your own problem. It had nothing to do with the Genius Garden. A true genius must have a good eye for himself. Otherwise, he would only be an arrogant person. Exceptional test. Chu Mu said. On the way here, he had already thought about it. If he was willing, he could challenge the monstrous genius test. Xia Jinkong was a heaven-grade genius recognized by the Genius Garden. Even he himself thought that his level of genius was far from being comparable to Chu Mu. However, the highest test in the Genius Garden was only the exceptional test. If Chu Mu passed the exceptional test, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. He would become famous from then on. As long as he announced his identity as the sect master of the True Sword sect at the right time, it would also make the True Sword sect famous. However, at the same time there would be other troubles. Everything had its pros and cons. It was impossible to only receive the benefits and not suffer the disadvantages. Chu Mu had already thought about everything. If he wanted to make the True Sword sect develop quickly in a shorter period of time, this method was feasible. As for the troubles that might come, so be it. Peerless level. The deacon's eyes widened and his eyeballs became round. How many years had it been? He only knew that it had been almost 10 years since he became the deacon of the 2nd floor, and there had only been a few dozen heaven-grade examinations. Of those, more than 10 of them were because those people had overestimated their own abilities. As for the peerless examination, that was 10 years ago. If this person could pass the exceptional genius test, then he would also share the glory. It was a kind of glory. However, the exceptional genius test was very difficult. Could this person really pass it? Sir, there is something I must say. The deacon stared at Chu Mu and said seriously, you must choose the test carefully. Although everyone has 3 chances, if you don't pass this time, the next chance will have to wait a year. Furthermore, the exceptional test requires a payment of 10 million upper-grade elemental pills. If you don't pass, the elemental pills will not be returned. Chu Mu did not say anything and directly took out 10 million upper-grade elemental pills and handed it to the deacon. Seeing Chu Mu's reaction, The deacon could only keep the elemental pill ticket. "Sir, please wait here for a while. I will get someone to prepare for the exceptional test." After half an hour, Chu Mu was led by the deacon to the location of the test. Only then did he realize that the so-called Genius Garden did not refer to the three-story building. In a sense, the building was just the entrance to the Genius Garden. As he walked in, he saw a different world. It was extremely rich in yuan qi. There was a huge and spacious courtyard. There were tall and short buildings. At a glance, there seemed to be no end to it. This was a huge, antique garden. The deacon brought Chu Mu to the location of the test. As they went deeper and deeper, he introduced to Chu Mu that this was the yellow grade test, that was the black grade test, and so on. The exceptional test was in the innermost part. "We are here. Once you enter, it will be the exceptional test." The deacon pointed to the front and said to Chu Mu, "I wish you the best of luck in passing the test." Chu Mu nodded and pushed the door open. It was an empty room. On the other side of the wall there were countless lines. This test tested one's ability to comprehend the lines on the wall. The lines were very complicated. An ordinary cultivator would have fainted just by looking at them. However, these mysterious and complicated lines were nothing in Chu Mu's eyes. They did not have the slightest effect on him. His ability to comprehend was at the level of a demon. With just a few glances, he could see the profoundness of the lines. He displayed his amazing ability to comprehend. After drawing a few strokes on the wall opened automatically. He entered the second room and began the second test. As soon as he entered the room, illusions appeared. Chu Mu knew that he had stepped into an illusion. When entering an illusion, one had to maintain one's heart and mind. Only then could one pass. Of course, an illusion of this level could not affect Chu Mu at all. Break. With a light sound, it was as if a deity was shouting. Under the strict command, the various illusions retreated, revealing a spacious room. The walls automatically opened and Chu Mu walked in. He walked into the third room, which was the location of the third test. It was dark. He could not see his fingers. The surroundings were silent. Even the air seemed to have stopped flowing. Chapter 1455. I wonder if this person can pass the peerless exam. If he can, he will be the first peerless genius to pass the exam in 30 years. The cyan-robed deacon stood outside the peerless level test and waited. He thought to himself, however, there are differences in strength between peerless geniuses. Some peerless geniuses take a shorter time to pass the test. Naturally, they are stronger than those who take a longer time to pass the test. The darkness in the surroundings faded away in an instant. This room was also empty, but compared to the first and second rooms, they were many times larger. Opposite Chu Mu, there was a figure sitting on the ground, motionless. There was no aura at all, as if he was a statue. "You are very good. You were able to see through the complex diagram and the illusion in such a short amount of time to arrive before me." A deep voice sounded, "You are the first to do it in such a short amount of time. If you can kill me in such a short amount of time, you will become the first peerless genius in the history of the Genius Garden." "Let's begin," Chu Mu said indifferently. The person opposite him stood up. It was a middle-aged man with a very ordinary appearance. He wore light armor and carried a sword on his back. His eyes shone brightly, and his aura gradually increased. Cultivation at the initial stage of the 8th level of the Nirvana realm, cultivating both body and chi refinement. At the same time his aura changed, this person spoke once more. His thick and low voice reverberated within the room. "I will maintain my cultivation at the middle stage of the 9th level of the Nirvana realm. Kill me and pass this test." Chu Mu didn't reply. Strictly speaking, this was the first time he faced an opponent who cultivated both body and chi cultivation at the same time. Moreover, the opponent's cultivation was one major stage and one minor stage higher than his. Although his previous opponents all surpassed him in cultivation, they usually only cultivated chi cultivation. Chu Mu had a deep understanding of the strength of cultivating both body and qi cultivation at the same time. This opponent also piqued his interest. The middle-aged man pulled out the sword on his back. It was a sword as wide as a palm. The blade was pitch black and emitted a cold aura. "Kill!" A low shout echoed in the room. The middle-aged man took a step forward and appeared in front of Chu Mu like an afterimage. His broadsword slashed down at Chu Mu's face. This sword slash had a shocking aura. It was like a raging thunderstorm. From the aura alone, it could be seen that although it was just a simple slash, it showed the middle-aged man's solid foundation in sword arts. It was just as Xia Zhenkong had said, the opponents in the Genius Garden were not ordinary opponents. They were all opponents with solid foundations. This sword cut through the wind and thunder. Its momentum was vigorous, combining the strength of the middle-aged man's physique with the strength of his qi cultivation. If one was not a true genius, they would be defeated by this sword. Silently, a dazzling sword light bloomed, and then quickly faded away. The heaven-beheading sword had already been unsheathed. With a slash, it instantly broke the momentum of his opponent's heavy slash and forced him to retreat. The middle-aged man was not a sword cultivator. After being forced back by Chu Mu's slash, he quickly formed a seal with his left hand. A bolt of lightning struck down on Chu Mu's head. It was a purple bolt of lightning with shocking power. After being forced back, he formed a seal to use a lightning art. The entire process was very smooth. He had grasped the timing perfectly, showing the middle-aged man's solid foundation. However, that bolt of lightning missed. While the middle-aged man was struggling, a ray of sword light rapidly approached him, causing him to squint his eyes. He felt a piercing pain and his forehead twitched. He retreated, formed a seal, and shot out a ball of lightning. Countless arcs of lightning covered the sky. Shortly after, he slashed down with his sword. The sword light shattered the sky. The timing of his dodge and counterattack was also very good. If his opponent was just an ordinary genius, he might have been hit if he was not careful. However, his opponent was not an ordinary genius, but a monstrous genius. The sword slashed out diagonally, shattering the ball of lightning and breaking the heavy slash. It turned into a sharp stab that pierced through the void. The sword returned to its sheath, and the sword light dissipated. "You won." The middle-aged man's face was filled with shock. A sword mark had appeared between his eyebrows. Chu Mu's sword had pierced through his forehead and through the back of his head. His soul had been shattered. However, this person couldn't be considered a real person. From the moment he entered, Chu Mu could tell. The sword mark on his forehead healed, but the middle-aged man did not fall. Instead, he looked like nothing had happened. The back of his sword was behind his back. "You're the first person to kill me in such a short period of time." The middle-aged man stared at Chu Mu. His tone was grave. "In the past tens of thousands of years, countless geniuses have passed the Genius Garden's test. There were also many peerless geniuses. However, none of them were as fast as you, not even the founder of the Genius Garden." "You flatter me." Chu Mu smiled faintly. Although it was only a short exchange, he had seen through the middle-aged man's strength. That was why he did not waste any time and killed him directly. "This is your genius token. Drip your blood on it to recognize it as its master. You must keep it well." The middle-aged man waved his hand. A ray of light broke through the air and stopped in front of Chu Mu. It was a diamond-shaped token. It was dark gold in color, and its luster was restrained. It looked very profound and had a trace of vicissitude. Chu Mu took it. The token was a bit heavy and the material was extraordinary. This was the genius token of the Genius Garden. He cut his finger and squeezed out a drop of blood, which merged into the token. Immediately, the feeling of a bloodline connection gradually became clear. "You can leave now," the middle-aged man said. The wall behind him cracked open, and Chu Mu walked in. "You're out? Why is it so short? Did you not pass the test?" The moment Chu Mu appeared, the deacon in green was startled. He quickly asked. Chu Mu raised the token in his hand and showed it to the deacon. Immediately, the deacon in green stared blankly at the dark gold token in Chu Mu's hand. Genius! Genius! Token! After a while, the deacon in green stammered out the 5 words with difficulty. His heart was in turmoil, and his face was full of shock. How long had it been? How long had it been since he had entered the trial? In total, it had been less than half a quarter of an hour. No, it was not even half a quarter of an hour, yet he had already passed the trial and obtained the Exceptional Genius badge. Was this a dream? The deacon in green felt that it was unreal. After a while, the deacon in green regained his senses. However, the shock in his heart did not subside. His eyes were still wide open as he stared at the dark gold token in Chu Mu's hand. Unbelievable! This is unbelievable! How did you do it? The deacon in green stammered. How did you pass the test in such a short time? Don't you know the 3 stages of the test? Chu Mu asked. You're right, but to pass the test in such a short time. This is unbelievable. The deacon in green sighed. The speed at which you passed the test is unprecedented. Perhaps no one will be able to do it in the future. Perhaps. Chu Mu replied indifferently. There was no one before or after him. Nothing was absolute. The deacon in green took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. However, he was still in shock and joy. His voice was filled with excitement. Sir, please. I'll bring you to the exceptional residence. That's where the exceptional geniuses live, the deacon in green said. If it was any other genius, he would have sent someone to bring him there. However, this was an exceptional genius. Naturally, he had to take care of him personally. The exceptional residence was located in the innermost part of the Genius Garden. It was a large garden with pavilions and swaying bamboos. The scenery was beautiful. The density of the yuan qi of heaven and earth here was much higher than other places. Brother Chu, this is the Genius Exchange Tower. The deacon in green introduced as they passed by a huge 6-story pavilion. After calming down, he began to use his social skills to get closer to Chu Mu. Chu Mu took a few more glances. The 6-story pavilion was not very tall. The first floor was the largest, and the 6th floor was the smallest. It took up a large area and could easily accommodate tens of thousands of people. When does the exchange tower open? Chu Mu asked. The first floor is always open. You can trade at any time. However, there aren't many precious items. The True Genius Trade Fair is only held once every 10 years. It lasts for about a month. The deacon in green robes said. How much longer until this time's Genius Trade Fair starts? Asked Chu Mu. There's still half a year. They're already preparing to advertise it, said the deacon. Half a year. Chu Mu nodded. If it was too long, there was no way he could stay here forever. Half a year wasn't long. If he went into seclusion, it would pass in an instant. Even if he didn't go into seclusion, it wouldn't be too long. Brother Chu, do you want to go in and take a look? The cyan-robed attendant realized that Chu Mu probably came for the Genius Trade Fair. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have come here, so he suggested. Not for now. Bring me to the exceptional residence first, said Chu Mu. Since he had decided to stay here for half a year, there was no need to rush. All right. The deacon in green nodded. Tell me about the exceptional residence. Also, which peerless geniuses are currently staying here? All right. There are a total of 5,000 pavilions in the exceptional residence. They can accommodate 5,000 peerless geniuses. Once a pavilion recognizes a master, it will open its seal. If the seal disappears one day, it usually means that the peerless genius has died. Currently, there are a total of 3,830 pavilions that have recognized a master. Each pavilion has a different name. These names are given to them after they recognize a master. The deacon in green led the way as he explained. The two of them walked quickly and soon arrived at the entrance of the exceptional residence. A huge arched stone door stood there. It was majestic, and its aura was ancient. Chapter 1456. The sword light was like the moon and the sun. As it bloomed, it streaked across the sky. 3 big words appeared on the brown signboard. They were written with silver hooks and iron, and their sharpness was shocking. A wave of sword intent soared into the sky, and Yuan Qi vibrated. It swept across the entire unique residence, and attracted the attention of the other geniuses. Another newcomer is here. It's been 10 years. He's at the early stage of the 8th sky of Nirvana realm. It seems that he can kill someone at the middle stage of the 9th sky of Nirvana realm. Streams of divine sense and soul power crossed each other. The conversation only lasted for an instant, and then they all fell silent. The wave of sword intent disappeared, and the sharpness was restrained. All of it gathered on the 3 big words on the signboard. The 3 big words shone with silver light. At first glance, other than the words being beautiful and powerful, there was nothing special about them. However, if one's cultivation level was high enough, they would be able to see the mysteries contained within. True Sword Tower. The 3 big words explained the true meaning of Chu Mu's sword. From now on, this would be Chu Mu's residence in the unique residence in the Genius Garden. The deacon looked at the words, True Sword Tower, and felt like he was going to sink into them. He quickly looked away and realized that this was not something he could touch. He was just a very ordinary low-level saint. Brother Chu, I'll take my leave first. Someone will come to serve you later. If there's anything you need, ask her to send a message to me, said the deacon in green. Take care, said Chu Mu as he walked into the True Sword Tower. The True Sword Tower had 3 floors. The first floor was very wide, the second floor was slightly wider, and the third floor was the smallest. Even so, the third floor was hundreds of square meters in size. It was set up with formations that could absorb the yuan qi of heaven and earth with great efficiency, which was helpful for cultivation. The second floor was where one lived. The first floor was where one cultivated, such as sword arts or spells, and so on. There was a stone tablet in the center of the first floor. After dripping blood on it, the seal would be activated, and it would spread around the True Sword Tower. Apart from the owner or those authorized by the owner, no one else could enter directly. After recognizing him as its master, the stone tablet sank down and disappeared. Chu Mu had established a slight connection with this building. With a thought, a tall stone tablet appeared in front of him. It was used to test the sword. Chu Mu waved his finger in the air, and the sword light broke through the air like a long whip. With a snap, the sword testing stone was cut in half by Chu Mu's finger and disappeared. With a thought, a new sword testing stone appeared. Not bad, this is a good place to practice the sword, Chu Mu said to himself. On the first floor, there were more than 10 sword testing stones. When practicing swordsmanship, having a goal would always give you more motivation. This stone tablet could also be used to practice spells. Not long after, the attendant arrived. She was a woman with a tall and slender figure. Her looks were not bad, and she gave off an obedient and delicate feeling. Her name was Yu Xiu. In fact, Chu Mu didn't need any service, but this was the rule of the unique residence, and he didn't want to break it. One more person was nothing in such a large building. Yu Xiu's cultivation was at the 4th heavenly layer of nirvana, which was neither high nor low. She cultivated water arts and sword arts, but they were weaker than spells. After staying in the True Sword Tower for a while, Chu Mu left, and Yu Xiu followed closely behind. I'm going to the exchange. You don't need to follow me, Chu Mu said. Yes, young master, Yu Xiu replied respectfully. She and the others were maids trained by the Genius Garden. It wasn't easy to get a chance to serve a peerless genius. Sometimes there might not even be one person who passed the Peerless Genius test in 10 years. Other times there might be several who passed the test in 10 years. First, serving a peerless genius would raise one's status. Second, the unique residence's cultivation environment was excellent. Cultivating here was more efficient than cultivating elsewhere. Third, if one was lucky enough to get pointers, it would be much more useful than cultivating on their own for years. In short, there were many benefits. Of course, there were also drawbacks. There had been cases of maids being killed by peerless geniuses. After all, many geniuses had strange temperaments. When she was chosen, Yushio's heart was excited, nervous, and fearful. It was only after she came into contact with Chu Mu that she discovered that he was a rather cold person. He didn't speak much and didn't seem to have any other quirks. She couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. However, she still wasn't completely at ease. Chu Mu didn't know what Yushio was thinking. Even if he did, he wouldn't care. On the way out of the unique residence, Chu Mu also noticed several gazes on him. It was the other peerless geniuses inside the unique residence sizing him up. At the same time, in the outside world, Genius City was boiling. The Genius Garden was a public organization. It wasn't some sect, or clan. When a peerless genius appeared, the first thing they did was to hide it. They were afraid that others would find out and become jealous. All kinds of suppression and assassination would follow. To the Genius Garden, every time a genius appeared, they would announce it to the outside world. Of course, the yellow, profound, and earth-class geniuses would be announced in batches. Only the heaven-class geniuses would be announced one by one. As for peerless geniuses, they were even more amazing. Every time a peerless genius appeared, the Genius Garden's reputation would rise to another level. It would make the Genius Garden more famous and receive more recognition. It would become more authoritative. Therefore, every time a peerless genius appeared, the Genius Garden would announce it to the outside world. This was an unspoken rule. If one didn't want their news to be announced, then there was only one choice. Don't participate in the Genius Garden's trials. In order to gain something, one must pay a price. This was the truth. Another peerless genius has appeared in the Genius Garden. Moreover, it's said that it's not an ordinary peerless genius. This peerless genius passed the 3 trials in a shorter time than any other peerless genius before. Rumor has it that this peerless genius is called Chu Mu. He came from another domain. The shortest time? Doesn't that mean this Chu Mu is the strongest peerless genius in the Genius Garden? You can't say that, but since he can pass the 3 trials in the shortest time, it means that he's not ordinary among the peerless geniuses. The moment the Genius Garden announced this news, the entire Genius City was in an uproar. Immediately report this news to the sect. Quick, quick, quick. Quickly send back the news. There can't be any mistakes. Another peerless genius has appeared. This is going to stir up a storm. We must fight for it. We can't miss it. Inside Genius City, other than attracting many geniuses from afar, it also attracted many sects and factions from the ancient heaven region. Their goal was naturally to know the news of the Genius Garden as soon as possible. They wanted to know who the new geniuses were, their origins, and so on. If they weren't from some sect or faction in the ancient heaven region, they would naturally fight for them. Letting a heaven rank or even a peerless genius join a faction could not only increase the faction's reputation, but also increase their potential and strength. When a peerless genius appeared, even the 4 great heavenly gates wouldn't sit idly by. They would most likely send people to recruit him. If they didn't act quickly, the other factions would have no choice but to give up when the 4 great heavenly gates sent people over. Therefore, when the various factions in Genius City received the news, they used the fastest speed to send the news back. There were also some factions that had autonomy and were preparing to make contact with Chu Mu. However, Chu Mu was in the Genius Garden. Those who weren't from the Genius Garden couldn't enter at all. But that didn't matter. Since they were stationed here, they naturally had their own methods. In fact, they only knew Chu Mu's name and that he came from the outer region. They didn't know the specifics because Chu Mu only provided so much information to the Genius Garden. The Genius Garden couldn't force Chu Mu to provide all the details of his origin. That would only cause public anger. But no matter what, because of Chu Mu, Genius City was in an uproar. Following that, the ancient heaven region was also in an uproar. Sects and factions moved over one after another. After the 4 great heavenly gates received the news, they immediately sent people over and gave out orders. All of them were related to Chu Mu. The 4 great heavenly gates were the rulers of the ancient heaven region. There were countless geniuses among them. Even so, a peerless genius was rare for the 4 great heavenly gates, especially when it wasn't an ordinary peerless genius, but one of the best. Those who had personally experienced the difficulty of the 3 trials were very clear. It was absolutely difficult to take shortcuts. To be able to pass it in a short period of time meant that this person had unimaginable ability. Because of Chu Mu, the winds and clouds began to move. Chu Mu didn't know anything that was happening outside the Genius Garden. He also wasn't interested in paying attention to it. He went to the Genius Exchange on the 6th floor. The Genius Exchange was held once every 10 years. There was still half a year before it opened this time. However, the first floor of the Genius Exchange had always been open. Anyone from the Genius Garden had the qualifications to enter. Therefore, there were often many geniuses doing business on the first floor. There was still half a year's time. Aside from cultivating, Chu Mu also planned to come here to take a look. Perhaps it wasn't as formal and rich as the Genius Exchange that was held once every 10 years, but there might be some gains. Chu Mu entered the first floor of the Genius Exchange with the idea of gaining something and gaining experience if he didn't. When he was outside, he felt that it was very quiet inside. However, when he walked in, he discovered that it was different. It was as if it was a different world. There were voices of people conversing, as well as the sounds of quarreling. Every sound entered his ears. With a glance, he could see many people walking around. There were also some people setting up stalls. There were all sorts of things on the stalls. Chu Mu discovered that the transactions on the first floor were actually like this. On the first floor there were countless fixed stalls. These stalls were rectangular wooden tables, and they were separated by a few meters. Starting from the innermost circle, the number of stalls increased outwards. There were probably hundreds of stalls in the innermost circle, and there were 10 stalls in the innermost circle. The further one went, the more stalls there were. It seemed that there were at least tens of thousands of stalls. Chapter 1457. There were over 1,000 people here, and every single one of them emitted an aura that was different from ordinary cultivators. Sharp, thick, obscure, firm, and so on. After distinguishing their auras, Chu Mu knew that every single one of these people would be 1 in 100,000 in the outside world. The Genius Garden was indeed worthy of being called the gathering place of geniuses. Chu Mu's aura was weak, so his arrival didn't attract much attention. These people didn't know that he was the absolute genius who passed the 3 tests in the shortest amount of time in history. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so indifferent. Those who set up stalls, those who looked at things, and those who haggled over prices. Everyone was doing their own thing. It was said that the closer the stalls were to the center, the more precious they were. In fact, a long time ago there wasn't any distinction between the stalls. But as the saying goes, where there are people, there will be fights, and there will be competition. After a long time, even the stalls were divided into different grades. There were very few people fighting over the stalls in the outer circle, and there were stalls at all times. The stalls in the inner circle were even more precious. The 10 stalls in the center made countless people scramble for them. However, not everyone had the qualifications to occupy the 10 stalls. The law of the jungle was reflected in the difference between the ranks of the geniuses. Of course, if the difference in strength was too great, even Huang-class geniuses would dare to look down on absolute geniuses. For example, if a Huang-class genius was already a Saint-class expert, and an absolute genius was only in the Nirvana realm, there was an essential difference between the two. Even a powerful absolute genius could only contend against an ordinary one-star saint class expert at the 9th layer of Nirvana realm. In this situation, a Huang class saint class expert wouldn't be afraid of the absolute genius at all. They would only be afraid of the other party's potential. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they wouldn't be willing to start a conflict with the other party. However, if it was a heaven-class saint class expert, they wouldn't put a Nirvana realm absolute genius in their eyes. Chu Mu walked in front of a stall. The stall owner was a black-robed man. He was sitting there motionlessly, and his aura was weak as if he was asleep. There were a few things in this stall. They might be good outside, but they were a bit ordinary here. Chu Mu only glanced at it and walked to the next stall. The owner of the stall was a fat man. When he saw Chu Mu walk over, his eyes lit up and he immediately shouted, "Brother, come take a look. The things I have here were all found in the ancient sky ruins. They are definitely ancient treasures and have extraordinary value." Chu Mu glanced at the items on the stall and shook his head. Looking at one stall after another, there were indeed many good things. Unfortunately, they were useless to Chu Mu. They were not what he wanted. Chu Mu didn't feel dispirited either. The heaven and earth essences of the 5 elements and 8 equivalents were already very precious and hard to come by. Otherwise, why would he rush here to apply for the Genius Gardens examination and wait for the once-in-a-decade Genius Trade Fair to begin? Even at the Genius Trade Fair, Chu Mu didn't have much confidence that he would be able to obtain the essence of heaven and earth. There were dozens of treasures needed to cultivate the first layer of that shocking secret technique. Most of them were already prepared. He only lacked 3 types of essence of the 5 elements: metal, fire, earth, water, and wood. They were the essence of the sea and the origin of the wood. Chu Mu was looking forward to that shocking secret technique. Once he cultivated the first layer, his strength would increase by 10 times and he would become even more terrifying. The current him could kill an ordinary 2-star saint if he used his full strength. If his strength increased by 10 times, it wouldn't be a problem for him to fight against an ordinary 3-star saint. It was already very frightening for an 8th heavenly layer Nirvana realm to be able to kill a 2-star saint. It would be unreasonable for him to fight against a 3-star saint. He searched one stall after another. After searching through hundreds of stalls, he gained a lot of knowledge. Unfortunately, he still couldn't find the essence of heaven and earth. While searching, Chu Mu kept going inside. When he reached a stall in the second circle, he stopped. His gaze was attracted by a piece of soil. Although it was called a piece of soil, it did look like a piece of solidified soil. It looked very ordinary. If it was thrown on the side of the road, no one would take a second look at it. However, when it appeared in a stall in the second circle, people couldn't help but take a few more glances. However, there weren't many people who could see the mystery behind it. Chu Mu was one of them. As he approached the stall, he locked onto the ordinary-looking piece of soil. The power of his divine sense spread out and covered the soil. Chu Mu's eyes flashed with joy. However, it was only a flash, but it was noticed by the stall owner. "Your Excellency, you truly have good eyesight. This is an Earth-type treasure. Not only is it helpful to the cultivation of Earth-type techniques, it has a miraculous effect in comprehending the power of Earth. It can also increase the power of Earth techniques." This person was clearly very good at observing other people's expressions. Chu Mu's flash of happiness was caught by him, and he immediately began to explain without end. He described this seemingly very normal piece of earth as unparalleled in the heavens and unique on earth, as if he would have missed out on it if he hadn't bought it, and if he missed out on it, he would be in so much regret that he would rather die. It had to be said that the eloquence of the fatty from before paled in comparison to this person. If not for Chu Mu's firm will, he would have been persuaded and bought this piece of soil with a large amount of primordial elixirs. Unfortunately, Chu Mu's will was very firm and unshakable. Moreover, He had already seen through the truth of this piece of soil. It wasn't as magical as the other party had described it. Where did you get this piece of dirt that's been tainted with the aura of the earth essence? The opponent continued to ramble on and on. When he paused, Chu Mu indifferently asked a question of his own. Just this one sentence almost made the other party, who was about to launch the next round of verbal storm, choke. After a few coughs, his face turned red and a mocking smile flashed across his face. However, this person's skin was extremely thick. Even if he was seen through by Chu Mu, it was only an extremely brief flash of embarrassment. "Sir, you have good eyesight. It was me who showed off." The other party said so, but did not answer Chu Mu's question. Chu Mu looked at the other party indifferently. He also knew that it wasn't so easy to get the other party to tell him the origin of this piece of soil. However, this piece of soil was related to the essence of Earth. He was determined to get it. "What are your conditions?" "Speak," Chu Mu said. His indifferent tone was filled with unshakable determination. The other party was stunned. He stared hard at Chu Mu as if he wanted to see through him. However, how could it be so easy to see through Chu Mu? "I've never seen you before. You should be a new genius from the Genius Garden, right?" The other party only spoke seriously after a long while. "Yes." Chu Mu nodded. "Can you let me see your genius medallion?" The other party asked again. He could tell the other party's genius rank with a single glance from the medallion. Chu Mu thought about it and did not refuse. A medallion appeared in his hand. It was a dark gold medallion. Unique, 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 unique. The other party was dumbfounded when he saw the dark gold medallion. He stammered and was unable to say anything else. He could only point at the medallion in Chu Mu's hand with a trembling finger. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone present had sharp ears and eyes, especially the people next to him. They could hear him clearly. The word unique was very sensitive. The exceptional residents and the exceptional genius both had the word exceptional in their names. Thus, the geniuses present naturally reacted the moment they heard the word exceptional. As expected, some people subconsciously turned their heads to look. Immediately, their eyes widened and their mouths opened wide enough to fit a fist. Dark gold. Unique genius medallion. A sharp voice like a pig being slaughtered tore through the silence and caused a commotion. Where? The appearance of the unique genius medallion means that a unique genius has appeared. Where is he? Let me see. In an instant, the 1,000 or so geniuses in the market were all in a mess. They all gathered in this direction. They were all geniuses from the Genius Garden. Their insight was naturally not something that outsiders could compare to. However, there were even more geniuses among geniuses. This feeling was similar to when ordinary people faced geniuses, especially since the Genius Garden was a place where geniuses gathered. Only geniuses had the qualifications to enter this place. After entering, the majority of people discovered that there were countless geniuses here. There were geniuses who were stronger than them everywhere. Their previous arrogance was completely shattered here, and they seemed to have become mediocre. In fact, it was not that they had become mediocre, but because the people around them were all geniuses who were not weaker than them, they had become a group. For example, in the past, they were like cranes in a flock of chickens. Now they were a group of cranes. Some of them were even immortal cranes, and there were even phoenixes. Below the monstrous geniuses, unique geniuses were the best. In the Genius Garden, there was a unique residence specially built for unique geniuses. Since ancient times, the Genius Garden had existed for tens of thousands of years. The number of geniuses that had appeared was innumerable. However, there were only a few thousand unique geniuses. In the overall ratio, there was not even 1 in 10,000 or even less. Every unique genius was like a legend. The unique residence was not a place that could be casually entered. Furthermore, the unique geniuses would usually not come to the first floor of the market. They would only appear once every 10 years when the market was held. Thus, when everyone heard about the unique genius medallion, they were all excited. This meant that a unique genius had come here. Normally, it was very difficult to catch a glimpse of a unique genius, let alone come in close contact with one. In this place, what mattered was the level of a genius, not the level of cultivation. This was because talent was difficult to change, but cultivation could be increased. The excitement displayed by everyone exceeded Chu Mu's imagination. However, he did not have stage fright. He put away the medallion and looked at the other party with a trace of apology. "If you feel sorry, then come find me at the True Sword Tower in the unique residence." Chapter 1458. For the development of the True Sword sect, he could become famous, but he didn't like being watched. If he wanted to leave, no one would dare to stop him. The reputation of a peerless genius was too strong. Even those with higher cultivation than Chu Mu would be intimidated and wouldn't dare to offend him. When Chu Mu left the Genius Exchange, nearly 1,000 people were in an uproar. Then, they were a bit annoyed. This was a good opportunity to get close to a peerless genius, but because of their clamor, he left. Many people regretted it. Inside the True Sword Tower, Yu Xiu stood beside Chu Mu respectfully and said in a soft voice, "Young master, there is a person called Li Donglai outside who wants to see you. He said you asked him to come." "Let him in," Chu Mu said. "Yes." Yu Xiu bowed slightly and left. Outside the peerless abode's True Sword Tower, Li Donglai's heart was somewhat uneasy. No one could casually enter the unique house, but it was different if they were invited. However, even if they entered the unique house, they had to get permission to enter a certain tower. It was funny to say that Li Donglai was at the 7th sky of Nirvana layer and an Earth-level genius recognized by the Genius Garden. In the outside world, he would be a target of many forces. But now, he was standing outside the True Sword Tower with a nervous heart and didn't have the demeanor a genius should have. Yu Xiu's appearance made Li Donglai's eyes light up. "Come in." Yu Xiu opened a gap in the seal and let Li Donglai in. On the second floor, Chu Mu gestured for Li Donglai to sit across from him. Yu Xiu poured a cup of tea for Li Donglai and retreated. "What's your condition?" Chu Mu said indifferently without any pleasantries and went straight to the point. Taking a deep breath, Li Donglai solemnly said, "I know where to find the earth essence. How many elemental cores do you want? Or exchange for some treasure?" Chu Mu asked seriously. "I don't want elemental cores or treasures." Li Donglai said, "I only have one condition." Chu Mu quietly looked at Li Donglai, waiting for him to speak. "Kill one person. As long as you help me kill one person, I can give you the earth essence." Li Donglai said word by word. His eyes were red. It was obvious that he hated the person he was talking about. "Who?" Chu Mu's expression remained unchanged as he asked indifferently. "Why not?" "He's an elder of the Thunderclap sect, a late-stage first heavenly layer of the ancients." As Li Donglai spoke, his eyes grew redder and redder. Hatred filled his eyes. "Originally, I wanted to wait until I broke through to the eternal ancient realm to kill him for revenge, but that would take at least a few decades. I can't wait that long." In just a few words, Chu Mu understood Li Donglai's mentality. If he didn't kill the enemy who had annihilated his clan, he wouldn't be at ease. Even if he had the talent, he would be able to kill the other party after he matured. However, it would take a long time. A few decades or even a few years would be hard to wait. It felt like a day was like a year, let alone a few decades. Li Donglai was the last survivor. When He Buyo found out about it, he chased after him. Unable to resist, Li Donglai could only stay in the Genius Garden for the time being. He Buyo wasn't a genius, so he wasn't qualified to enter the Genius Garden. To Li Donglai it was very safe. His purpose for setting up a stall was very clear. He wanted to attract people with the soil that was stained with the essence of the earth element and see the cultivation level of the other party. If it was a saint-level expert, he didn't need to look at the other party's genius token. If it was a Nirvana realm expert, he would look at the other party's genius token and see the other party's genius rank. Originally, he wanted to find a saint realm expert, or at least a heaven realm expert whose cultivation was higher than his. 8th heavenly layer or 9th heavenly layer of the Nirvana realm, someone who had a chance of breaking through to the eternal ancient realm in 10 years. He wanted that person to kill Hibuyo. He never imagined that he would attract a peerless genius, an 8th heavenly layer Nirvana realm expert. He was a peerless genius, and his talent in all aspects wasn't bad. At the very least, he was better than Li Donglai. Breaking through to the eternal ancient realm from the 9th heavenly layer of the Nirvana realm would definitely be shorter than Li Donglai's. An early Aeon genius could definitely kill Hibuyo after stabilizing his cultivation base. Even if Hibuyo's cultivation base had improved in the past few years, he would still be able to kill Hibuyo. Li Donglai couldn't wait for a few decades, but he could endure for 10 years. As long as you kill Hibuyo, I'll tell you the location of the Earth Essence. The time limit is 10 years. Li Donglai stared into Chu Mu's eyes and said solemnly, 10 years. Chu Mu pondered for a moment. If you think 10 years isn't enough, 12 years is fine too. Li Donglai was like a drowning man who had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. 10 years is too long, Chu Mu said. Li Donglai sighed in relief. Where is Hibuyo now? He should be in the Thunderclap sect. Li Donglai said, however, there are spies in Genius City. The moment I appear, they will inform Hibuyo. I have to get the Earth Essence as soon as possible. Chu Mu stared at Li Donglai and said neither slowly nor quickly, right now I have 2 choices for you. The first choice is that I leave Genius Garden with you and wait outside Genius City for Hibuyo to arrive before killing him. The second choice is to continue waiting, but once the Genius Trade Fair ends I'll leave. At that time I can go kill Hibuyo. This. Li Donglai was stunned, and he couldn't speak for a moment. This was too crazy. This person couldn't be an egomaniac, right? A peerless genius at the early stage of the Nirvana realm was indeed able to kill a middle stage of the Nirvana realm. It was not difficult for him to fight against a late stage of the Nirvana realm. However, it was impossible for him to kill a late stage 1-star martial saint. Do you think I'm boasting? Chu Mu saw through Li Donglai's inner thoughts with a single glance. You have half a year to think about it. If you go find someone else, it's fine. But who knows, you might be captured and forced to confess. This sentence caused Li Donglai's expression to change greatly. He had indeed experienced this before. If it wasn't for his wits, he would have lost his life before he could take revenge. Learning from his mistakes, Li Donglai didn't dare to randomly find someone else. It was either he wasn't strong enough, or he was afraid of the Thunderclap sect, or he had bad intentions. Chu Mu gave him a good feeling. Moreover, he was a peerless genius with shocking potential. Killing Hibuyo in the future would definitely be easy. Li Donglai was very hesitant. I'll think about it again, Li Donglai said. Revenge was fine, and he was even willing to give up his life. But if he couldn't take revenge after giving up his life, he would be a fool. All right. Chu Mu nodded. He wanted to get the Earth Elemental Essence as soon as possible. However, there was still half a year before the Genius Trade Fair would begin. He would see if he could get anything then. As for Li Donglai, he definitely wouldn't leave the Genius Garden during this half a year. As long as he was alive, the clue of the Earth Elemental Essence would still be there. Li Donglai stood up and left. His mind was filled with thoughts, and he didn't have the excitement of entering the exceptional residence at all. On the first floor of the True Sword Tower, Chu Mu was practicing his sword. Practicing the sword required sincerity and wholeheartedness, without any distracting thoughts. Pieces of sword testing stones were erected in the surroundings. Under Chu Mu's sword light, they were broken and shattered. The sword had a sharp edge. It could slash, stab, and collapse. Under the collapse, the sword-testing stones were shattered. Yushio stood in the distance and watched with a face full of shock. She couldn't imagine that without using any powerful sword art, it was only a basic sword art. She also didn't feel the power of the sword intent rule or the fluctuation of origin power. Just a sword light was enough to break the hard sword-testing stones one by one. As a maid nurtured by the genius garden, her knowledge and experience weren't something that ordinary cultivators could compare with. Her strength wasn't something that ordinary cultivators in the outside world could compare with either. Yushio had cultivated both spells and sword art. Although she paid more attention to spells, she was also proficient in basic sword art. Naturally, she understood the power within them. However, what she saw before her eyes was completely different from what she knew. It was a feeling that exceeded her understanding. It was only a basic sword art. It didn't contain any other power, but it had such terrifying power. Yushio was very clear about the hardness of the sword-testing stones. Even if she attacked with all her strength, she wouldn't be able to cause much damage. Didn't that mean that the peerless genius she served could kill many Nirvana realm cultivators with a basic sword art? Even those of the same cultivation level wouldn't be his match. No wonder he was known as the peerless genius who passed the 3 tests in the shortest time in the Genius Garden's tens of thousands of years. He was indeed extraordinary. Yushio's heart was filled with joy. The more powerful her master was, the higher her status as a maid would naturally rise. In the past, when some of her sisters became the maids of peerless geniuses, even some Earth-rank geniuses had to treat them with respect. Yushio's eyes widened as the sword pierced through several sword-testing stones under the sword thrust true intent. As time passed, as he comprehended and cultivated, Chu Mu's grasp of the sword thrust true intent became more and more proficient. He had surpassed the initial entry stage and reached the initial stage. Within the sword true intent, other than the sword true intent, there was also the slashing true intent, the collapsing true intent, the slicing true intent, and various other true intent. If he could comprehend all these true intents, then no matter what angle he attacked from, he would be able to erupt with shocking power. However, the other true intents were too difficult to comprehend. Chu Mu wasn't in a hurry. He stayed in the True Sword Tower, cultivating while waiting for the Genius Trade Fair to begin. During this time, some people used their connections to enter the unique residence and came to the True Sword Tower to visit Chu Mu. After Chu Mu received one, the others were all rejected by Yushio. These people's goal was to persuade Chu Mu to join them. Chu Mu was the master of a sect. How could he join another sect? It would be a loss of face. Secondly, there were constantly people coming to visit him, which would affect his cultivation. Because of this, those who were rejected couldn't help but say a few more words, causing Chu Mu's name to become even more resounding. Chapter 1459. This Chu Mu is really hard to deal with. He doesn't want to see anyone. There's no way to contact him or recruit him. Outside the Genius Garden, inside the Genius City, the people in charge of the various sects and forces were all vexed. When they first learned that a new peerless genius had appeared, they immediately sent the news back to their respective sects and forces as fast as they could. After the sects learned about it, they also made a decision in the shortest time possible. They sent back the news and tried to recruit as many people as possible. They even sent elders and other people over. It was a competition between the various sects and forces. Whoever could obtain a peerless genius would have the hope of becoming stronger. Some of the weaker forces might have the opportunity to rise if they could obtain a peerless genius. The chances of a small force getting an exceptional genius to join them were very small, but they still had to try. Unfortunately, half a year had passed so far. Other than one person who was rejected by the True Sword Tower, the others couldn't enter the True Sword Tower. Using force? Unless they didn't want to live anymore. Although the Genius Garden wasn't a strict organization and was rather loose, there were countless geniuses. Most of these geniuses belonged to various sects and forces. The rules couldn't be broken. If they couldn't get in touch with Chu Mu, they couldn't talk about recruiting him. Therefore, the people in charge were all vexed and had a headache. But when they saw the others in the same situation, they felt a little better. There's nothing to be vexed about. I heard that the people from the 4 heavenly gates were also rejected. Just thinking about it makes me feel much better. A middle-aged man chuckled. Hearing you say that, I do feel much better. The 4 heavenly gates were the 4 rulers of the ancient heavenly domain. They were the strongest sects, but not all sects and forces respected them. On the surface, they naturally didn't dare to go against them, but they were secretly dissatisfied with the 4 heavenly gates. The best resources of the ancient heavenly domain were divided by the 4 heavenly gates, and the best geniuses were also snatched away by the 4 heavenly gate. Although strength was the foundation, and people walked to the top while water flowed to the bottom, the other forces were still unhappy. Under such circumstances, the 4 heavenly gates would only become stronger and stronger. Correspondingly, the gap between the other forces and the 4 heavenly gates would become bigger and bigger. In the past, every time a heaven-ranked genius appeared in the Genius Garden, they would always be recruited by the 4 great heavenly gates in the end. The other forces did not have a share. Now, knowing that the 4 heavenly gates were not as successful as before, the people in charge of these sects were all happy just thinking about it. Compared to their schadenfreude, the people from the 4 great heavenly gates were flustered and exasperated. It had been half a year, but he had not been able to get in touch with that peerless genius called Chu Mu, let alone recruit him. Damnable thing, he really wants to do things the hard way. A mere peerless genius dares to be so arrogant? A deacon of the heaven-suppressing sect cursed. The people from the 4 great heavenly gates were indeed qualified to say such word. That was because each of the 4 great heavenly gates had numerous peerless geniuses. Just the ancient heaven domain alone had a population of hundreds of millions, and the 4 great heavenly gates were the most powerful sects in the ancient heaven domain. They had the most abundant resources, the deepest foundation, and the best cultivation environment. Naturally, they would attract geniuses. If one was not a powerful genius, it would be difficult to join. It could be said that within the 4 great heavenly gates there were countless yellow-ranked geniuses, black-ranked geniuses were a dime a dozen, earth-ranked geniuses were not few, and there were also some heaven-ranked geniuses. Although there were not as many peerless geniuses as heaven-ranked geniuses, there was still a bat. One had to know that the 4 great heavenly gates had existed for even longer than the Genius Garden. Very few people knew about their foundation, and their strength was even more impossible to estimate. For such ancient and powerful forces, other than recruiting geniuses from the outside world, they were also nurturing geniuses internally. With their foundation and strength, it was not difficult to nurture geniuses, and there were also some peerless geniuses that they had secretly nurtured. At the very least, after tens of thousands of years of accumulation, generation after generation of inheritances, the number of peerless geniuses had gradually increased. Therefore, perhaps a peerless genius was rare and extremely important to some sects, but to the 4 great heavenly gates, they were only worthy of being heavily nurtured. They even had monstrous geniuses, so a single peerless genius would not cause them to make a big fuss. Half a year had passed, and the decennial genius exchange had also begun as planned. One by one, the geniuses headed towards the genius exchange and walked up the stairs. The decennial genius exchange had strict rules. Yellow-ranked geniuses could only be on the 2nd floor, black-ranked geniuses could only be on the 3rd floor, earth-ranked geniuses could only be on the 4th floor, and heaven-ranked geniuses could only be on the 5th floor. As for the highest floor, the 6th floor was where the peerless geniuses went. There were many geniuses in the Genius Garden. If all of them came, the Genius Exchange building would not be able to accommodate them all. Therefore, to participate in the Genius Exchange, one must have the corresponding qualifications. The so-called qualifications were to show treasures. Only those treasures that were of sufficient value could enter. Entering without sufficient treasures would be considered a troublemaker. Chu Mu had killed many sacred rank experts and obtained many of their spatial rings. His spoils of war were plentiful, and even though he had used up a large portion, he still kept a few of the more precious ones. For example, the water avoidance pearl from before. It was an extremely rare treasure, but because Chu Mu had dived deep into the ocean trench, a crack had appeared on the pearl. It was not perfect, but it was still a rare treasure. Apart from the water avoidance pearl, there were some other items that were also not ordinary treasures. Any one of them would have the qualifications to participate in the genius exchange. Going straight to the 6th floor, Chu Mu also noticed that the other people who walked up to the 6th floor were all peerless geniuses. The 2nd floor was a large area, the 3rd floor was also a large area, and the 4th floor was also a large area. On the 5th floor, there was a small room that could only accommodate one person. The 6th floor was different. Although the rooms were small, they were very unique. The treatment of peerless geniuses was indeed different. Since everyone is here, then the genius exchange will begin. A voice came from somewhere, announcing the start of the exchange. As the voice fell, rays of light shot out from all directions, finally condensing at the center of the genius exchange building, forming a platform. "Let me throw a brick to attract the jade." A hearty voice sounded. Immediately, an item flew out and landed on the platform. It was a round bead, the size of a fist. It was dark green and emitted pure spiritual energy. Little jasper bead. Only for exchange, not for sale. The hearty voice sounded. Everyone noticed that it came from the 4th floor. It was an earth-rank genius. The jasper bead was also a pretty good treasure. It contained rich spiritual energy and was helpful for cultivation. However, for saint-rank experts it was not that useful. 1,000-year-old snow ginseng in exchange for your jasper bead. As soon as the voice sounded, a snow-white ginseng flew out and landed on the platform, emitting a biting cold air. This snow ginseng was the best of the ginseng. 1,000-year-old snow ginseng was extraordinary. Deal. The first transaction was completed just like that. The first transaction was indeed throwing a brick to attract jade. Immediately, a second treasure appeared. The previous transactions were mostly between yellow rank, profound rank, and earth rank geniuses. The heaven rank geniuses rarely made a move, and the peerless geniuses did not even make a move, because the best things that did not attract their attention would be left for last. They were not in a hurry. The once-in-a-decade genius exchange would last for about a month each time. Now it had just begun. Chu Mu sat calmly in the private room, sipping tea while paying attention to the treasures that appeared. At the same time, he divided his attention to comprehend the sword universe. After inheriting the sword universe, he would comprehend it whenever he had the time. The more he comprehended, the more he felt that the sword universe was broad and profound. It was boundless like the starry sky. The sword universe was indeed as vast as heaven and earth. Comprehension and cognition. This process was like drawing a circle. When the circle was small, the contact area with the outside world would be small. When the circle was large, the contact area with the outside world would also be larger. If the inside of the circle represented what was known and grasped, and the outside of the circle represented the unknown, then when the circle was small, the unknown would not seem to be much. When the circle was large, the unknown would increase. This was relative. Chu Mu was in such a situation now. The deeper he comprehended the sword universe, the more he gained, but the more questions he had. The transactions continued. Soon, the first day passed. The heaven-ranked geniuses and the peerless geniuses did not make a move. The second day, the third day, the fourth day, and the 10th day passed. On the 11th day, there were still only yellow rank, profound rank, and earth rank geniuses making transactions. Qian Yuan water control art, in exchange for a fire attribute treasure. A stiff voice sounded. It was also an Earth-rank genius. Immediately, a beam of light shone on the Qian Yuan Water Control Art's jade crystal. Suddenly, a paragraph of text appeared on the light screen. Everyone could see that the text on the light screen was naturally the content of the Qian Yuan Water Control Art. However, it was only the first paragraph, not even 1/10 of the content. Even if they saw it, they would not be able to obtain the complete Qian Yuan Water Control Art. If they could deduce the entire content through this short paragraph, they could completely create it out of thin air. This was the protection mechanism of the transaction. It allowed people to see a short paragraph of content and distinguish its profoundness. Then, they would decide whether or not to exchange, and what to exchange. From this short paragraph, one could see that the Qian Essence Water Control Technique was an auxiliary technique, or rather, a secret technique. After cultivating it, one could strengthen one's control over water and the power of water. It had a miraculous effect on the cultivation of water elemental energy, the power of water, and the cultivation of water technique. After a glance, Chu Mu lost interest. What he needed was the essence of heaven and earth, especially the metal, fire, and earth elemental essences. However, if there were other essences of heaven and earth, he would also be tempted. Chapter 1460. I'll give you a flame crystal in exchange for your Qian Water Control Art. As he spoke, a fiery red crystal flew out and landed on the platform. You want to exchange a mere flame crystal for the Qian Water Control Art? You're too stingy. I'll give you 2 flame crystals. As he spoke, 2 flame crystals flew out and landed on the platform. Flame crystals were fire-attributed treasures. Although they couldn't be compared to fire elemental essences, they still had extraordinary value. The value of 1 flame crystal naturally couldn't be compared to 2 flame crystals. Everyone knew what to choose. The trading continued. The more treasures appeared, the more precious they were. On the 15th day of trading, every heaven-class genius had made a move. Only the exceptional geniuses were still sitting on the fishing platform. They were a little tempted by some of the treasures, but they were only a little tempted. It wasn't enough for them to make a move. After all, most of the peerless geniuses came here with a purpose. They wanted to exchange for some treasures, and not blindly. On the 20th day, basically, all the treasures that the yellow, profound, and earth-class geniuses could exchange were gone. From the 15th day to the 20th day, it could be said that the heaven-class geniuses were in the main stage. The others were reduced to spectators, but no one felt impatient because this was a way to increase their knowledge. There were more exciting treasure exchanges later on. On the 21st day, the last heaven-class genius took out his treasure. It was a ball of flame, the size of an egg. It was burning, but upon closer inspection, it wasn't a ball of flame, but a piece of crystal. There were flames released from the crystal, wrapping the whole crystal and burning it fiercely. Everyone should be able to see that this is a piece of fire elemental essence, the fire soul essence. The heaven-class genius who took out the fire soul essence said, "Not selling Yuan Dan, exchanging treasures for treasures." As soon as the fire soul essence was taken out, Chu Mu's eyes shone brightly. Finally, he got what he wanted. Immediately, he felt the fluctuations of the aura around him. Obviously, he wasn't the only one who had his eyes on the fire soul essence. It seemed like there was going to be a competition. 10 water crystals in exchange for your fire soul essence. On the 6th floor, a peerless genius made his move. 10 blue crystals flew out and landed next to the fire essence. The owner of the fire essence didn't agree because he knew that 10 pieces of water crystals wasn't the highest value. It was just the beginning. There would be people who would bid for it at a higher price, or at a more suitable price. 10 water crystals are indeed not bad, but compared to the fire essence, there is still a huge gap. As the sound of his voice faded, another item flew out from the 6th floor. It was a ring, a fiery red ring. It emitted scorching heat waves, as if it was about to burst into flames. The crimson flame ring and 5 fire crystals in exchange for the fire soul essence is more than enough, the voice continued. Since the other party took out the fire soul essence to trade, it's obvious that they don't need any fire-type treasures. Moreover, even though your crimson flame ring is very precious, 5 fire crystals aren't enough to match the value of 1 fire soul essence. I, Jiang Ziyu, have a condition to make a deal with you. Give me the fire essence, and you can make a request that does not exceed my limit. Jiang Ziyu, he's here too. As soon as this person announced his name, many people cried out in surprise. Jiang Ziyu was a peerless genius, a very famous peerless genius. First of all, he was a peerless genius who had passed the Genius Gardens assessment. Coupled with his own background, his reputation was further enhanced. The 4 great sky gates of the ancient domain were the rulers. Below them, there were some first-rate forces that were second only to the 4 great sky gates. The Jiang clan was one of the first-rate forces. Jiang Ziyu was the young master of the Jiang clan. He was a peerless genius who had passed the Genius Gardens assessment 10 years ago. A few years ago, he had advanced to the Eternal Realm and became a saint expert. He was ranked 930th on the list of exceptional youths of the ancient domain. The list of exceptional youths of the ancient domain only had 1,000 names. The requirement was that one must be a peerless genius and not be more than 300 years old. Those who were older than 300 years old would be automatically removed from the list of exceptional youth. In the entire ancient domain, there were definitely more than 1,000 peerless geniuses who were under 300 years old. Moreover, the list of exceptional youths did not only include the peerless geniuses of the ancient domain, but also the peerless geniuses from other domains. As long as they came to the ancient domain, they were qualified to compete for the list of exceptional youths. Therefore, a portion of the peerless geniuses on the list of exceptional youths were not from the ancient domain. No matter what, Jiang Ziyu's background, talent, and strength were enough to make people raise their eyebrows. The condition of the deal also made the owner of the fire essence a little tempted. TSK, what a joke. Jiang Ziyu, are you planning to gain something without risking anything? Only a shameless person like you would be able to say such a thing. A voice mercilessly mocked Jiang Ziyu. Jiang Qingyun, you're digging your own grave. Jiang Ziyu's face was gloomy and his voice was filled with killing intent. The terrifying killing intent was like ice and snow, causing the geniuses on the 5th floor and below to shiver. Jiang Ziyu, don't behave like a little girl here. If you want to kill me, you need to have the ability to do so. Jiang Qingyun laughed and was not afraid of Jiang Ziyu's threat. If you have a conflict, leave the Genius Garden and settle it outside. Now is the time for the deal. A deep voice sounded, containing an unfathomable power. It was a warning to Jiang Ziyu and Jiang Qingyun, as well as to the others. Humph! Jiang Ziyu snorted coldly and did not say anything. Jiang Qingyun also remained silent. Obviously, he was afraid of the owner of the voice. Peerless geniuses were arrogant and unruly. If there was a conflict without a supreme expert, it would be chaotic and become a joke. I, Jiang Ziyu, have my eyes on this fire essence. Jiang Ziyu said again. It was a warning to others that he had his eyes on the fire essence. Whoever fought for it would be his enemy. Who do you think you are, Jiang Ziyu? Jiang Qingyun said again. With a wave of his hand, a jade crystal flew out and landed on the platform. This is a secret technique called the Golden Rock Flight Art. After cultivating it, it can increase one's speed by 10 times. It's suitable for both the Nirvana realm and the immemorial realm. 10 times speed! Exclamations sounded. The second sky of the immemorial realm was only a few times faster than the first sky of the immemorial realm. A 10 times increase in speed was very shocking. It was also useful for Saint Realm experts. The Golden Rock Flight Art's value was shocking. Although the Golden Rock Flight Art is precious, it can't be compared to the fire essence. Someone said. Then I'll add a pair of wind treading boot. It'll be a good match with the golden rock flight art. Its value is not lower than the fire essence. Jiang Qingyun was not unreasonable and said straightforwardly. The owner of the fire essence was tempted once again. The wind treading boots were shoes and secret treasures. After wearing it, it could increase one's speed by 2 times. If combined with the golden rock flight art, it could increase one's speed by 12 times. Every increase in speed was very impressive. Why are you still hesitating? Do you think the golden rock flight art and wind treading boots are not comparable to your fire essence? Jiang Qingyun asked. The golden rock flight art and wind treading boots are indeed comparable to the fire essence. The heaven-grade genius hurriedly replied. He did not want to offend a peerless genius. However, I need a water element treasure more. It's best if it's the water element essence. Hearing this, many people stopped thinking about the fire essence. Naturally, they could specify what they wanted to exchange for. However, the 5-element essence was very precious. It was rare for a piece of fire essence to appear. The owner of the fire essence did not have much confidence. Therefore, he took out the fire essence and asked for a price. However, in the end, he still had a glimmer of hope and said what he wanted to exchange for. 12 water crystals for your fire essence. It's not that easy to get the water essence. Jiang Ziyu said again. The owner of the fire essence hesitated. If he rejected, he was afraid that he would offend Jiang Ziyu and the consequences would be very serious. If he did not reject, would he really exchange for the water crystal? Although the water crystal was useful to him, it was obviously incomparable to the water essence. Even if there were a few more pieces, it would still be the same, unless the quantity was enough to cause a qualitative change. Although it's only half a piece, it shouldn't be inferior to your fire essence. An indifferent voice sounded. Immediately, a dark blue color flew out from a room and landed on the platform beside the fire essence. The deep blue color was in stark contrast to the bright red color of the fire essence. Water essence! Someone exclaimed. No, that's not the water essence. It's the sea essence that belongs to the same water element essence as the water essence. The water element essence that it contains is much more powerful than the water essence. The sea essence can only be found in the depths of the blue sea. It's usually in the hands of the strong sea clan. The owner of the fire essence immediately revealed a look of ecstasy. Half a piece of sea soul essence. Although it was only half a piece and was slightly smaller than his fire soul essence, it was a sea soul essence that was a level higher than his water soul essence. Its quality was enough to make up for the difference in size. Exchange. The owner of the fire essence made a prompt decision and said. Immediately, half a piece of the sea essence belonged to him. As for the fire essence, it belonged to Chu Mu. Holding the fire soul essence and feeling the blazing energy it contained, Chu Mu let out a smile. He had finally obtained another type of 5-elemental essence. He was still missing 2. As for the half piece of the sea essence, it was naturally cut off by him. The remaining half was enough for him to practice the first heaven of the shocking secret technique. The second heaven also required the water essence. The remaining half was insufficient and he had to find another one. Since that was the case, Chu Mu used it to exchange for the fire essence. Good. How dare you ignore my warning? Jiang Ziyu said angrily. You're the new exceptional genius from the outer domain. You're merely at the 8th sky of the Nirvana realm. Don't think that you're the most powerful exceptional genius just because you passed the assessment in the shortest time. I'll give you a chance. Give me the fire essence and I'll allow you to join the Jiang clan. Chapter 1461. The trading center was completely silent. Only Jiang Ziyu's words were still echoing in the hall. The fire soul essence is useful to me. Chu Mu replied indifferently. Outsider country bumpkin, it seems like you don't know our Jiang family's position in the ancient sky region. Jiang Ziyu sneered. Our Jiang family is a first-rate force second only to the four heavens gates. Not everyone is qualified to join us. You have to think carefully. Don't ruin yourself. His words highlighted the Jiang family's position and power. If it was an ordinary peerless genius without any backing, they might consider it and submit. However, Chu Mu wouldn't. He really didn't know that the Jiang family was so powerful. One must know that the inheritance of a family was much more difficult than a sect. A 10,000-year-old sect was a 1,000-year-old family. A family that could have a 1,000-year-old inheritance was considered good. A 3,000-year-old inheritance was considered very good. A 5,000-year-old inheritance was already very powerful. A 10,000-year-old inheritance was unimaginable. The Jiang family indeed couldn't be underestimated. However, so what? Could it make Chu Mu submit? Not to mention the Jiang family, even the four heavens gates wouldn't allow Chu Mu to submit. Strangely, Jiang Qingyun didn't mock Jiang Ziyu again. The other peerless geniuses also remained silent. Each of them had the intention of watching a show. After all, they didn't know Chu Mu. There was no friendship between them. Naturally, they wouldn't stand up for him and offend Jiang Ziyu. Although they looked down on Jiang Ziyu in their hearts, they couldn't deny that Jiang Ziyu's talent and strength were very strong. The Jiang family's strength was also very strong. No one was a fool. They wouldn't deliberately target him just because they looked down on him. The reason why Jiang Qingyun targeted Jiang Ziyu was because there was already a conflict between him and Jiang Ziyu. The Jiang family's threshold is too high. I can't afford it. Chu Mu rejected Jiang Ziyu once again. Country bumpkin, there's a saying that goes, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Looks like you're determined to offend me and my Jiang family. Jiang Ziyu's voice became sharp and full of anger. It was fine that Jiang Qingyun contradicted him. After all, their strength was about the same, and they had a conflict more than a decade ago. Now, a mere 8th heavenly layer Nirvana realm cultivator from the outer domain actually dared to reject him again and again. It's said that every exceptional genius has something extraordinary about them. Chu Mu's voice was also somewhat cold and solemn. Even a clay figurine would have some anger, let alone him. Jiang Ziyu, I believe your outstanding point is your shamelessness. You. Inside the room, Jiang Ziyu's face flushed red as if he had been stabbed by a sword. He stood up abruptly, his anger erupting. His killing intent surged like endless waves, crashing heavily into Chu Mu's room. This was the chi of a peerless genius at the first heavenly layer of the immemorial realm. It was enough to defeat an ordinary second heavenly layer of the immemorial realm. Even a peerless genius at the 9th heavenly layer of Nirvana wouldn't be able to resist it. I have to say that this guy from the outer domain has guts, but his temperament isn't good. He overestimated himself. Not only is he courageous, but he is also extremely audacious. He is merely at the 8th sky of Nirvana realm, and he is from the outer region. Not only did he reject Jiang Ziyu twice, but he even dared to mock him. Audacious is not enough to describe him. To be honest, I admire him. Jiang Ziyu is indeed a shameless person. He said what everyone was thinking, but the consequences are serious. This guy probably has a high status in his domain. He's used to being praised. He came here thinking that he's the leader. His attitude hasn't changed in time. Just as Jiang Ziyu's murderous aura surged towards Chu Mu, the exceptional geniuses began to converse among themselves. The manager didn't stop Jiang Ziyu. He probably wants to teach this newcomer a lesson. He wants to let him understand that this isn't his domain. He needs to learn how to restrain himself. Indeed, the peerless expert in charge of the exchange didn't stop Jiang Ziyu. He wanted to let Chu Mu experience the feeling of being attacked and adjust his attitude. After all, there weren't many peerless geniuses in some domains. They couldn't be compared to the ancient heaven domain. Naturally, they would develop some arrogant habit. It wasn't good to have such a habit in the ancient heaven domain. Moreover, the peerless expert had heard that Chu Mu had passed the 3 trials in the shortest time in history. He thought that there must be something extraordinary about Chu Mu, so he wanted to see it for himself. Suddenly, the peerless geniuses stopped talking. They were all stunned. Even Jiang Ziyu himself was astonished. When the killing intent reached the room, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. How could this be? This shouldn't be the result. They didn't know that Chu Mu had killed 2 star saints, and not just one. The sea race's 2 star saints were stronger than ordinary human 2 star saints, but they had all died under Chu Mu's sword. Good, you have some skill. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. Jiang Ziyu was even more furious. His killing intent erupted like a volcano. All right. The peerless expert spoke once more. His majestic aura crushed Jiang Ziyu's killing intent, causing it to dissipate. I'll let you off for now. Unless you stay in the Genius Garden for your entire life, I, Jiang Ziyu, will let you know the consequences of offending me. Jiang Ziyu sat down. His icy tone was like the cold northern wind. On the 4th floor, Li Donglai couldn't help but shake his head, wondering if he had gone crazy. Originally, he had thought that this person would be able to help him kill He Buyo and take revenge. But now it seemed that it had been a misconception. This person was simply an audacious madman. Jiang Ziyu was an existence stronger than He Buyo. The Jiang clan was also a power stronger than the Thunderclap sect. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of asking a peerless genius like Jiang Ziyu for help. It was just that Jiang Ziyu's reputation wasn't good, so he had no choice but to give up. It wasn't easy for him to meet someone he liked, and he had a chance to take revenge. Who would have thought that he would offend Jiang Ziyu? Li Donglai's heart was gloomy and depressed. His revenge would have to be delayed again. Every time he had to wait, it was a kind of torture. I also want to know what you, Jiang Ziyu, can do without relying on the Jiang clan. Chu Mu wasn't afraid of Jiang Ziyu's threat. His indifferent voice contained a trace of ridicule. Everyone was stunned once more and shook their heads. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Ziyu's threat should have caused the other party to not utter a single word. It was equivalent to admitting defeat, and the outcome would have been better. Who would have thought that the other party would actually retort, and this retort was even laced with sarcasm. Although it was enjoyable to listen to, it ultimately pushed Jiang Ziyu one step further into the path of no return. Jiang Ziyu let out a few cold laughs and didn't say anything else. However, the anger in his heart was rising wave after wave. An ice-cold, killing intent spiraled around him, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. His eyes were filled with a terrifying light. If it weren't for the fact that he was here, he would have already made his move, causing Jiang Ziyu's blood to splatter under his sword. This was like a farce. After everything calmed down, it seemed to have passed just like that. It was like turning a page in a book. But everyone still remembered, because a person like Jiang Ziyu wouldn't let him off so easily. The Fire Soul Essence was obtained by Chu Mu. The transaction still had to continue. Chu Mu was also waiting to see if he could obtain the other 5 elemental essences, such as metal or earth. After thinking for a while, Chu Mu took out a piece of jade crystal and recalled a 5th of the sword style that he obtained from the top sword steel in the forest of 10,000 sword steel. This 5th of the sword style could allow people to see the profoundness contained within. It was incomparably profound, and the power of this sword style was extremely tyrannical and terrifying. However, it wouldn't allow people to learn it. Even if it was Chu Mu, he wouldn't be able to do anything if he was given a 5th of the sword style before comprehending it. After recording it, he threw the jade crystal out and it landed on the trading platform. 1 sword style in exchange for metal elemental essence or earth elemental essence. Chu Mu said, "He's crazy. It's just a sword style and he wants to exchange it for 5 elemental essences." Someone sneered. They didn't put Chu Mu in their eyes. After all, He was only at the 8th sky of Nirvana realm. Let me see what kind of sword style it is that you dare to exchange it for 5 elemental essences. A mocking voice rang out. On the light screen, a 5th of the sword style was displayed. Sky Strike Sword Style. This name is quite imposing. So profound. I actually can't understand it. I just feel that it's very profound and also very powerful. Among the many geniuses, there was a portion of them who were sword cultivators and a small portion of them were sword saints. Immediately, their eyes lit up as they stared at the words on the light screen. Their eyeballs were about to pop out. So profound and profound. It's hard to imagine. I have a feeling that if I can learn this move, my lethality will definitely increase by another level. What a profound sword style. Just a 5th of it already makes me feel that it's profound and hard to comprehend. If it's complete. The super expert in the Genius Garden, who was overseeing the trading platform, was also shocked. This person can actually take out such a sword style. He has a huge secret on him. I don't have 5 elemental essences, but I'm willing to pay 500 million upper-grade elemental pills in exchange for this sword style. A 2-star sword saint said. 500 million upper-grade elemental pills was the largest amount he could gather by selling everything he had. It meant that once the transaction was successful, he would be penniless. However, if he could obtain this sword style, it would all be worth it. I only want metal elemental essence or earth elemental essence. Chu Mu's tone was indifferent but firm. I'm Wang Chuanfeng, ranked 700th on the ranking of exceptional youths. Give me this sword technique, and I'll resolve the grudge between you and Jiangxiu. I guarantee that Jiangxiu and the Jiang clan will not cause any trouble for you. A dignified and sharp voice rang out. As soon as he opened his mouth, many people were shocked. Wang Chuanfeng was one of the few direct disciples of Shattering Heaven Palace, one of the 4 heavenly gates. He was a powerful 3-star sword saint. His words carried more weight than Jiang Ziu's. Even Jiang Ziu didn't dare to provoke him. Chapter 1462. Rejection, rejection again. Chu Mu first rejected Jiang Ziu, and now he rejected Wang Chuanfeng, making people think that he had gone crazy. Not only did he offend Jiang Ziu, but he also offended the even more terrifying Wang Chuanfeng. Whether it was Jiang Ziu's personal strength or the backing behind him, he couldn't compare with Wang Chuanfeng. Any normal person would know that they would rather offend Jiang Ziu than offend Wang Chuanfeng. There weren't many direct disciples in Shattered Heaven Palace, but each of them had an unimaginable status in Shattered Heaven Palace. Some of them were even nobler than some of the elders. However, Wang Chuanfeng was different from Jiang Ziu. He was very prideful. After being rejected, he was very unhappy. He was also thinking about Chu Mu, but he didn't threaten him like Jiang Ziu and force him to do anything. However, being remembered by someone like Wang Chuanfeng wasn't necessarily a good thing. Since there's no metal or earth essence, I'll take back this sword art. Chu Mu was a little disappointed. He took back the jade crystal and erased the sword art recorded on it. The 5 element essences were hard to come by. Being able to obtain the fire essence was already very good. Since there was no metal or earth essence, Chu Mu didn't pay too much attention to the following transactions. He divided his attention to comprehend the sword heaven and earth and so on. Chu Mu didn't take Jiang Ziu and Wang Chuanfeng's threats to heart. Day after day passed. The peerless geniuses took out one treasure after another to trade. It was an eye-opener. The competition between them was very exciting. The 30th day was generally the last day of the Genius Trade Fair. On this day, there were only a few geniuses left who hadn't taken out their treasures to trade. After a day, the decennial Genius Trade Fair finally came to an end. The next time would have to wait for 10 years. The geniuses who had a harvest were naturally very happy, and the people who didn't were inevitably a little unhappy. As for Jiang Ziu, He was very unhappy because he felt that he had lost a lot of face. Outside the Genius Trade Fair, the handsome Jiang Ziyu was wearing a purple robe and a laurel crown. His hands were behind his back as he coldly stared at the geniuses coming out of the fair. Many geniuses felt a chill run down their spine and didn't dare to look him in the eye. Chu Mu had just walked out of the Genius Exchange when he was immediately locked onto by a pair of cold and sharp eyes. He glanced over and met their eyes, feeling the dense killing intent contained within. "Country bumpkin, I thought you were too scared to come out," Jiang Ziyu mocked. "You still don't have the qualifications." Chu Mu fearlessly met Jiang Ziyu's gaze. He spoke neither slowly nor quickly as his footsteps didn't stop. Many people in the surroundings looked over. Some of them were gloating over Su Kei's misfortune. Li Donglai stand in the crowd with a complicated expression on his face. "I've said it before. Those who offend me, Jiang Ziyu, will not have a good ending. Even if you want to hide in the Genius Garden, I still have a way to make you unable to stay." Jiang Ziyu blocked Chu Mu's path. His voice was bone-chilling. His eyes emitted a shocking cold light as if he wanted to pierce through Chu Mu. The sword on his back trembled slightly as if it was about to leave its sheath and kill. "If you have any methods, feel free to use them." Chu Mu still wasn't afraid, causing Jiang Ziyu to be even more angry. Some people rejoiced in his misfortune, while others were bewildered. They felt that this new exceptional genius from the outer region seemed to be too certain and too confident. Could it be that he had something to rely on? There is a battle stage in the Genius Garden. It is specially used for geniuses who have conflicts to resolve their grudges. "I'll wait for you on the battle stage. This is your only way out." Jiang Ziyu stared at Chu Mu. After that, he didn't give Chu Mu any chance and turned to leave. The battle stage was indeed built by the Genius Garden. It was a place specially built for geniuses to resolve their conflict. Even within a powerful sect, there would be conflicts between disciples. There would even be many factional struggles and so on. For a relatively loose organization like the Genius Garden, conflicts between geniuses were naturally unavoidable. But under normal circumstances, fighting was not allowed in the Genius Garden. Otherwise, the consequences would be terrible. With the Genius Garden's strength, even the Four Heavens Gates wouldn't be willing to fight unless they had no other choice. After all, the majority of the high-level saint experts who had founded the Genius Garden were still alive. Moreover, they were at least 9-star saint experts. Some were even stronger than 9-star saint experts, only second to Saint Kings. But conflicts were unavoidable. As a result, the battle stage was born. It was specially built for geniuses to resolve their conflict. However, killing was not allowed on the battle stage. This was the bottom line of the Genius Garden. Jiang Ziyu had taken the initiative to go to the battle stage because he wanted to teach Chu Mu a lesson. He wanted to vent some of the anger in his heart first. Then, he would think of a way to kill Chu Mu after leaving the Genius Garden and obtain the fire essence. No, perhaps he could think of a way to obtain the fire essence on the battle stage. Chu Mu did not refuse. He did not mind becoming famous. Jiang Ziyu was obviously a good target to become famous, a stepping stone. The battle stage attracted a lot of people. Almost every genius in the Genius Garden, regardless of whether they had participated in the Genius Exchange or not, knew that Chu Mu was going to battle with Jiang Ziyu on the battle stage. One was a new peerless genius from the outer region. He was known as the peerless genius who had passed the 3 tests in the shortest time. He was at the early 8th sky of Nirvana realm. The other was the young master of the Jiang family, a first-rate force in the ancient heaven region. He had been famous for a long time and was at the middle 1st sky of Aeon realm. He was a saint expert who was ranked 930 on the peerless list. This new peerless genius is really courageous. What's the use of having courage? If you can't see the reality and distinguish the difference, you're destined to not be able to go far. Cultivators from the outer region are always so self-righteous. They always think that the ancient heaven region is the same as the outer region. They are so wrong. That's not necessarily true. Maybe he really has the strength to fight against Jiangziyu? Bullshit. An early 8th sky of Nirvana realm fighting against a middle 1st sky of Aeon realm peerless genius? Are you kidding me? If he can take 3 moves, I'll eat your sword. Jiang Ziyu came to the battle stage and stood there, as if he was the center of the world. Wang Chuanfeng and the others were all there, standing around the battle stage, ready to watch a good show. Brother, why don't we make a bet? How many moves can this Chu Mu last under Jiang Ziyu's hands before he loses? Someone thought of something and looked for someone to make a bet with. Bring it on. I bet he can't take more than 3 moves. The person immediately said. 3 moves is too many. I think Jiang Ziyu can defeat him in 1 move. Indeed, there was a huge gap between the immemorial realm and the Nirvana realm. Ordinary peerless geniuses at the 9th sky of Nirvana realm would find it difficult to contend with ordinary experts at the 1st sky of Nirvana realm. The difference between the early 8th sky of Nirvana realm and the middle 1st sky of Aeon realm was even greater. It was obvious that Jiang Ziyu would lose in 1 move. Chu Mu came to the battle stage amidst the discussions. Everyone's attention was focused on him. As expected, he's at the early 8th sky of Nirvana realm. He's even weaker than me. Someone who saw Chu Mu for the first time muttered. But he's definitely stronger than you. Someone said. You have guts. I thought you wouldn't dare to come. Jiang Ziyu sneered. Since you have the guts to come to the battle stage, I'll go easy on you. Don't worry, I'll go easy on you too. Chu Mu said calmly, causing the crowd to burst into laughter. I've discovered that this new peerless genius from the outer realm is quite humorous. Very funny. Could it be that he used his humorous ability to pass the test? All right, since you're so confident, why don't we make a bet? Jiang Ziyu's eyes flashed and he sneered. Let's bet your fire essence. How? Chu Mu's interested expression made the crowd shake their heads. Not only was this guy bold, he was also brainless. Very simple. You use the fire essence as the wager. I'll use 300 million high-grade elemental pills and a condition that I, Jiang Ziyu, and the Jiang family won't take the initiative to find trouble with you. A smile appeared on Jiang Ziyu's face. He felt that Chu Mu was about to take the bait. All the geniuses present will be my witnesses. If you can withstand 10 moves from me, then you win. If you can't withstand 10 moves, then I win. The Fire Soul Essence will be mine as the wager. Otherwise, my wager will be yours. Since you want to give me your elemental pills, how can I not accept it? Chu Mu said. The smile on Jiang Ziyu's face became more and more obvious, the more he felt that this person was brainless, an idiot. And he was actually so calculative with such an idiot. It was really ungentlemanly of him. He thought to himself that he would go easy on him later and defeat him within 10 moves to teach him a lesson. Little did he know that Chu Mu was actually quite happy. He could make a name for himself and get 300 million high-grade elemental pills. As for the other condition that Jiang Ziyu mentioned, it wasn't bad either. After all, the Jiang family was one of the top forces in the ancient sky region. There must be some high-level saint-level cultivators among them. It would be best if they didn't find trouble with him. The wager was so simple. All the geniuses here would be the witnesses. Whoever went against it would definitely be despised by the crowd. Since it's like this, our wager is established. If you go back on your word, I'll let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. Jiang Ziyu's last 4 words were extremely vicious. Wait, what if I defeat you? Chu Mu asked. Defeat me? Defeat me? With your mere cultivation of the 8th sky of Nirvana realm, you want to defeat me? Ha 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 ha. Jiang Ziyu couldn't stop laughing. Chu Mu looked indifferent. Everyone was stunned and shook their heads. Jiang Ziyu stopped laughing and sneered. All right, if you defeat me, not only will the wager be effective, no matter where I, Jiang Ziyu, meet you, I will greet you respectfully and call you Brother Chu. Deal. Chu Mu faintly smiled. Chapter 1463. On the battle platform, the two faced each other. Below the platform, thousands of spectators were watching. I'll let you last a few more moves. Feeling that Chu Mu was a brainless person, Jiang Ziyu's mood improved a lot. When he spoke, his tone wasn't as aggressive as before. Of course, he still had to teach Yi Chen a lesson. He had to get his hands on the fire essence. This was related to whether the secret art he cultivated could be used by De Shang or not. Some of the more powerful secret arts required the help of some treasures. First move, Jiang Ziyu said. His 5 fingers moved, drawing a small circle in front of him. A fiery red trajectory appeared, converging towards the center and condensing on his index finger. Pointing forward, a scarlet red light shot towards Chu Mu. A sizzling sound rang out, like water dripping into a pot of oil. Everywhere the scarlet red light passed, the temperature of the air rose sharply. Jiang Clan's secret art, Scarlet Flame Finger. Its power is not bad. Someone recognized it and said. Jiang Ziyu showed mercy. Otherwise, that finger strike of his would have been able to insta-kill his opponent. The moment the voice faded, Chu Mu took a step forward, dodging the Scarlet Flame Finger. The Scarlet Flame Finger hit the seal of the battle platform and dissipated. Second move. Being dodged by Chu Mu, Jiang Ziyu wasn't surprised at all because he had already shown mercy. He raised his palm and slapped down. In an instant, a huge fiery red palm condensed in the air and slammed down heavily, as if wanting to smash Chu Mu into a meat patty. Chu Mu naturally dodged the huge fiery palm as well. The ground of the battle platform shook from the impact, and a powerful force spread out in all directions. Seems like Jiang Ziyu is planning to show his true strength after a while. Someone said. Bullying the weak like this? Is there any meaning to it? Someone couldn't stand it anymore and said. Third move. Jiang Ziyu ignored the comments of others. His 10 fingers flicked out continuously, and streaks of sparks flew towards Chu Mu. They were as dense as a storm. Sword light flashed as the sky beheading sword was unsheathed. The sword slashed forward, and under the exquisite sword technique, all the sparks scattered. He has some skills. Your swordsmanship is not bad. The eyes of many geniuses who were rather accomplished in the sword Dao lit up as they were stunned by Chu Mu's sword strike. The fourth move. Jiang Ziyu's eyes also lit up. Chu Mu's ordinary sword strike gave him an unfathomable feeling. For the first time, he felt that other than being arrogant and brainless, this person's swordsmanship was not bad. In the first move, Jiang Ziyu did not use much strength. The second move was slightly stronger, and the third move was even stronger. Using the 9th move, he flicked his 10 fingers at high speed. Sparks flew and turned into flaming butterflies. The flaming butterflies danced in the air, circling the surroundings. Each of them looked extremely resplendent. Fire butterfly technique. Jiang Ziyu's famous technique. It's the 9th move. He must use his true strength to defeat his opponent. Otherwise, he will lose this bet. That's right, this was the 9th move. Next would be the 10th move. The bet between Jiang Ziyu and Chu Mu was that if Jiang Ziyu defeated Chu Mu in 10 moves, Chu Mu would have to hand over the fire essence to him. Otherwise, if Jiang Ziyu lost, Jiang Ziyu would have to pay 300 million upper-grade elemental elixirs in addition to the agreed conditions. The 9th move was the second to last move. There was still a 10th move after that. Within the 10 moves, the 10th move was also included. However, Jiang Ziyu did not plan to let Chu Mu last until the 10th move. In the 9th move, he wanted to finish off Chu Mu and end this unequal battle. Flaming butterflies the size of a palm circled around Jiang Ziyu's body. His body was surrounded by flames. This was the famous technique of a 1-star mid-stage Saint Realm expert. When he used his true strength, Chu Mu was immediately under great pressure. "You'd better surrender obediently. Otherwise, under my fire butterfly technique, even if you can survive, you will be injured." Jiang Ziyu sneered. "Everyone, next, I will use the Sky Strike Sword style to show you its power. It can still be exchanged. Gold elemental essence or the essence of heaven and earth outside the 5 elements are also acceptable." Chu Mu spoke as if he did not hear Jiang Ziyu's words. His words were directed at everyone present. Even now, he still doesn't forget to make a deal. Some people did not know whether to laugh or cry. There is really something wrong with his brain. Just looking at a small part of this sword technique, I feel that it is very mysterious. When it is completed, it must be very powerful. Wang Chuanfeng, the sword saints, and other sword cultivators all focused their eyes on Chu Mu. Chu Mu got into a posture. It looked simple, but it contained infinite mystery. It gave people a feeling that his whole body was fierce and fierce. It was as if every part of his body had a terrible power that could shatter the sky. Then, there seemed to be power flowing from Chu Mu's body. It flowed from all parts of his body to the long sword in his hand. The sword shone with a cold light. The silver light was threatening and overflowing. Finally, it surged to the tip of the sword. A terrible power gathered at the tip of the sword. It gradually grew stronger, as if an Archean strange beast was awakening. It's sword force. He has mastered sword force at the 8th sky of Nirvana realm. It seems that it is high-level sword force. His sword talent is really amazing. Most sword principle cultivators only understood the essence of swordsmanship after reaching the eternal realm. Only a few sword principle cultivators could master swordsmanship at the Nirvana realm. Most of them could only master low-level swordsmanship. Fire butterfly art. 100 butterflies flight. Jiang Ziyu pointed his finger forward. The flaming butterflies around him fluttered their wings and flew towards Chu Mu. Their speed suddenly increased, and there was a feeling of elegance. Blazing heat approached, almost roasting Chu Mu. 100 butterflies flight was the first level of Jiang Ziyu's fire butterfly art. He was worried that Chu Mu would be killed. If that happened, he would be in trouble. As the 100 butterflies flight approached, Chu Mu also stabbed out with his sword. Wind and thunder surged, and the momentum was terrifying. It was as if the earth was going to crack, and the sky was going to shatter. A flash of sword light blinded everyone's eyes. The terrifying momentum was like a monstrous wave, shocking everyone. The geniuses below the eternal realm felt their hearts palpitating and suffocating. It was terrifying. Even a 3-star sword saint like Wang Chuanfeng was shocked. What a powerful sword technique! Its power is too terrifying. How can this be? Jiang Ziyu's face was full of shock, but the fire butterfly art had already been executed, and there was nothing he could do to change it. The sword light shattered the sky, and the 100 butterflies' flight were all destroyed in an instant. Even the sparks were destroyed by the sky attack sword light. The terrifying sword light boldly blasted towards Jiang Ziyu. Scorching iron wall. At the critical moment, Jiang Ziyu hurriedly formed a seal with both hands. His power surged, condensing into a fiery red iron wall in front of him, blocking the sky attack sword light. A terrifying aura surged, and the scorching iron wall was torn apart by the Sky Strike Sword style. It exploded, and the sword light of the Sky Strike Sword style dissipated. After the sword light dissipated, a bright silver sword blade was revealed. It pierced through the void, silently stabbing towards Jiang Ziyu. Before Jiang Ziyu could react, the sword lightly touched Jiang Ziyu's forehead and quickly retracted. Everyone's face was filled with astonishment, including Jiang Ziyu. He had a look of disbelief on his face. He had actually been defeated. A dignified mid-stage first heavenly layer peerless genius had actually been defeated by an early-stage 8th heavenly layer peerless genius. If that sword had been filled with killing intent, it would have pierced through his forehead, shattering his soul and obliterating him. Jiang Ziyu's face was incomparably ugly, turning green, then red, then white. He admitted that he had been careless, underestimating his opponent. He hadn't displayed the full power of the 100 butterflies' flight. However, he had to admit that this early-stage 8th heavenly layer outsider's strength was extremely terrifying. One had to know that even if the 100 butterflies' flight wasn't at its full power, it could still kill an ordinary mid-stage 1st heavenly layer expert. Jiang Ziyu actually lost. Impossible, this doesn't conform to the rules of cultivation. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it even if you beat me to death. Jiang Ziyu lost, and he lost after his famous technique was broken. The power of that sword was incomparably terrifying, and the second sword was also a terrifying sword technique. The sword saints who saw through the profundity of the sword technique were shocked, and they couldn't help but sigh. First, it was the Sky Strike sword style that destroyed the Fire Butterfly technique and the Scorching Iron Wall. The second sword technique was executed silently, and it was difficult to detect. It was impossible to guard against. With just these two sword techniques, they could see how strong this early-stage 8th heavenly layer peerless genius was. The two sword techniques were terrifyingly powerful, and the combination of them could be said to be perfect. His grasp of timing was also exquisite to the extreme. The martial saints all had serious looks in their eyes. Even if Jiang Ziyu didn't use his full strength, it's a fact that he can fight against a 1st heavenly layer expert with his early 8th heavenly layer cultivation base. Fighting across 2 heavenly layers. No, you can't count it that way. The gap between the Nirvana realm and the Eternal realm is many times greater than the gap between 2 heavenly layers. If this kid really has such strength, he's definitely not a peerless genius, but a monstrous genius. Only a monstrous genius can achieve this. A 4-star Saint Peerless Genius said solemnly. Whether he's a monstrous genius or not is still unknown, but this kid has indeed displayed astonishing strength. From now on, I have to look at him more highly. You've lost, it's time to exchange your bet. Chu Mu stood in front of Jiang Ziyu and said indifferently. There was a red dot in between Jiang Ziyu's eyebrows, which was caused by Chu Mu's sword tip. Indeed, it was a draw, otherwise Jiang Ziyu would have died on the spot. Jiang Ziyu felt that he had only used a part of his strength, and not all of it. How could Chu Mu have held back? I, Jiang Ziyu, am a man of my words, Jiang Ziyu said, gritting his teeth. He was incomparably annoyed. 300 million high-grade elemental pills, I'll give it to you now. I'll also agree to the additional conditions. Remember, there's not one additional condition, but 2. As for which 2 I know, you know, and everyone here knows. Chu Mu said. Chapter 1464. When he left, Jiang Ziyu's face was gloomy. Losing was one thing, but more importantly, he felt that he had been played, ruthlessly played. This person obviously had the strength to contend against a saint-level expert, but he actually thought that he was brainless and not worth arguing with. The brainless one was himself. Thinking of this, Jiang Ziyu's heart was even more annoyed. This time, he had lost face. Jiang Ziyu felt that he did not have the face to continue staying in the Genius Garden. Your Excellency, give me the Sky Strike sword style, and I will guarantee that you will be a direct disciple of Shattering Heaven Palace. Wang Chuanfeng walked in front of Chu Mu and said. After personally witnessing the terrifying power of the Sky Strike sword style, his heart trembled. As soon as Wang Chuanfeng's words came out, the surrounding people were shocked. Direct disciple of Shattering Heaven Palace, that was not something that could be selected with talent. The difficulty was very high, just like being a secret disciple of the true sword sect. Metal element essence or heaven and earth essence outside of the 5 elements. Chu Mu lightly replied, making Wang Chuanfeng very depressed. Good, metal element essence or heaven and earth essence outside of the 5 elements, right? I will look for it, but if I find enough heaven and earth essence in addition to the sky strike sword style, can you also give me the other sword style? Wang Chuanfeng took a deep breath and firmly nodded. Wang Chuanfeng was not like Jiang Ziyu. He had his own bottom line and persistence. Otherwise, if he wanted to target Chu-Mu, then Chu-Mu would have a hard time in the ancient heavenly domain. As long as you have enough heaven and earth essence, I can. Chu-Mu said. First, tell me the name of the sword style. Wang Chuanfeng said. If he could not get it, then he would first know the name. It was a kind of comfort. Silent sword style. A small request could be satisfied. Silent sword style. Silent. Wang Chuanfeng muttered and left. Whether it was the sky strike sword style or the silent sword style, they were the top sword styles in the true God sword sect. In the whole 1,000-sword steel forest, there were only 30 styles. Every one of them could cause a bloody storm outside. Chu-Mu dared to take it out because he had his own plans. Firstly, he had to use it when facing a strong enemy, and secondly, in order to increase his fame, he had to raise the reputation of the true sword sect. As for threats, so long as he wanted to continue walking down the path of the sword Tao, all sorts of threats were unavoidable. Go and lure He Buyo out, Chu-Mu said to the person in front of him. All right. Li Donglai was extremely excited. He had witnessed the battle between Chu-Mu and Jiang Ziyu with his own eyes. Even though he understood that Jiang Ziyu had not displayed his full strength, there was no doubt that Chu-Mu was able to fight against him. After all, Jiang Ziyu was a peerless genius, much stronger than a saint expert like He Buyo. The hope of revenge was right in front of him. Li Donglai could not suppress the excitement in his heart. At the same time, Chu-Mu's name became the main topic in the Genius Garden, and it even spread outside of the garden. Could this child really be a monstrous genius? The super experts overseeing the Genius Garden were all astonished. Whether or not he's a monstrous genius is still uncertain, but it should be certain. If that's really the case, then our Genius Garden will have its first monstrous genius. The Genius Garden's reputation will rise to another level. 30 miles east of Genius City, there was a small mountain that was several hundred meters tall. Chu-Mu and Li Donglai were at the top of the small mountain. Chu-Mu sat there calmly, while Li Donglai was restless. He was both excited and fearful. The Thunderclap sect had a base in Genius City. Li Donglai purposely walked past the Thunderclap sect's base, then left Genius City, and came to the small mountain. The people of the Thunderclap sect immediately sent a message back to inform He Buyo to hurry over. Chu-Mu came to the small mountain ahead of Li Donglai and waited. There were many people in Genius City who knew his name, but very few had actually seen him. Therefore, he was able to reach the outskirts of the city unimpeded. Whether He Buyo would come was unknown, and when he would come was also unknown. However, Chu-Mu had no choice but to wait for the earth essence. According to what Li Donglai had said, He Buyo should have rushed over as soon as he received the news. After all, although he was a saint, he was only an ordinary one-star saint. On the other hand, although Li Donglai was at the 7th layer of the Nirvana realm, he was an Earth-rank genius recognized by the Genius Garden. His potential far surpassed Li Donglai's. He would definitely be a threat once he matured. Li Donglai definitely couldn't allow a threat to grow. At the beginning, Li Donglai was very nervous and excited. There were also traces of regret and so on. It was very complicated. However, as time passed, he gradually calmed down. He also sat down and enjoyed the mountain breeze as he waited. 2 days later, there was the sound of wind breaking as lightning landed on the small mountain top. A person appeared in front of Chu-Mu and Li Donglai. It was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man in a loose purple robe. His face was filled with a cold smile. Li Donglai, this is the helper you invited. He Buyo chuckled as killing intent circulated in his eyes. A mere 8th layer of the Nirvana realm. He had just come out of seclusion when he received news from the sect that Li Donglai had left the Genius Garden and arrived outside Genius City. He immediately rushed over at full speed and arrived at the Thunderclap sect's encampment in Genius City. Hibuyo only had one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Li Donglai and remove the threat. Therefore, he was worried that Li Donglai would leave, so he didn't stay. Naturally, he didn't ask for any information. Even if he did, he didn't know Chu Mu. "Brother Chu, he is Hibuyo," Li Donglai said to Chu Mu. His tone was filled with unforgettable hatred. He couldn't wait to skin Hibuyo, pull out his tendons, eat his flesh, and crush his bones. "I am an elder of the Thunderclap sect, Hibuyo. What is your background? Are you really going to stand up for Li Donglai?" Hibuyo didn't immediately kill him. This person's background was unclear. If he killed the wrong person, it would cause a lot of trouble. "You don't need to know who I am." Chu Mu stood up and said neither quickly nor slowly, "You only need to know that I am the one who will kill you. That's enough." "Kill me? Ha 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 ha. You are merely at the 8th sky of Nirvana realm. How dare you talk about killing me?" Hibuyo couldn't stop laughing. Li Donglai clenched his fists tightly. He clenched his teeth so hard that blood seeped out. His eyes were spitting fire. "All of you, go to hell." While laughing, Hibuyo suddenly attacked. Since they were here to kill him, it didn't matter what their background was. He would kill them first. He raised his hands and quickly slapped out. Instantly, 2 lightning palms blasted towards Chu Mu and Li Donglai. Li Donglai couldn't react to the sudden attack of a saint-level expert. He could only watch as the lightning palms blasted towards him and then shattered him. Just when Li Donglai thought that he was going to die, a stunning sword light, like a meteor streaking across the sky, seemed to tear apart the darkness. Suddenly, it cut open the lightning palms. Under the sword, the 2 lightning palms couldn't escape. They were directly cut open and shattered under the power of the sword. Chu Mu didn't stop after cutting open the 2 lightning palms. Instead, he took advantage of the momentum to turn the slash into a stab and attacked Hibuyo. The sword light condensed into a single line. Its power gathered into one. Silently, it ignored the obstruction of the air and shuttled through time and space, leaving a straight and fine trajectory in the void that would never disappear. In Li Donglai's eyes, there was only that indescribable sword light. Hibuyo was shocked. He couldn't imagine the speed and unpredictability of that sword light. It was so fast and silent that it was difficult for him to dodge. Pale with fright, Hibuyo felt a strong sense of danger. That was a fatal crisis. He hurriedly retreated. When he exerted force in his legs and flew backward, he felt a pain between his eyebrows, as if something had pierced through it. Immediately, he felt a tearing pain in his soul. His vision turned black and his consciousness sank into darkness. With a bang, Hibuyo's body, which was retreating at high speed, collided with a rock, causing it to shatter into pieces. His body was still retreating and finally fell to the ground, blood gushing out from between his eyebrows. To kill someone, he directly attacked the weak point between the eyebrows. Penetrating between the eyebrows, it destroyed the brain and soul. It was a one-hit kill. If it was the heart, although it could also be killed, there might be some treasures like a heart-protecting mirror. Dead. Li Donglai originally thought that after a fierce battle, Chu Mu would be able to win with a slight advantage and kill his opponent. He never expected that with just one sword, in just a moment, the outcome would be decided. Victory and defeat were decided. Life and death were decided. This sword was clearly faster and sharper than when he dealt with Jiang Ziyu. Could it be that when he fought with Jiang Ziyu, Chu Mu also did not use his full strength? Li Donglai's heart did not feel the joy and excitement of revenge. Instead, it was filled with countless questions, shock, and all kinds of complicated thoughts. Even he couldn't tell what was going on. With Hibuyo dead, his spatial ring naturally became Chu Mu's spoils of war. "Your revenge has been taken." Now, tell me the clue to the earth essence. Chu Mu walked in front of Li Donglai and said. Li Donglai's body trembled and he came to his senses. An egg-sized yellowish-brown crystal appeared in his hand, emitting a heavy aura. It was the fluctuation of the earth essence. Earth essence. Chu Mu's pupils shrank as his gaze fell on the yellowish-brown crystal. He never thought that Li Donglai did not have the clue to the earth essence, but had the earth essence in his body. Brother Chu, since you've taken revenge for me, this earth essence is yours. Li Donglai said, handing the earth essence to Chu Mu. Taking a deep breath, Chu Mu calmed himself down and accepted the earth essence. This was indeed what he needed. It was enough for him to cultivate the first layer of a shocking secret art. Now that you've taken revenge, where do you go? Chu Mu asked after putting away the earth essence. In the past, I had two problems. The first was revenge. Now that I've taken my revenge, there's only one problem left. How should I cultivate? But now, I already have the answer. I've decided to give up on magical arts and focus on the Tao of the sword. Li Donglai said, a faint sharpness emanating from his body. If you want to focus on the Tao of the sword, you might as well go to the True Sword sect of the Kanglan dynasty. Chu Mu said. Chapter 1465. A fire burned Hebulia's corpse cleanly. As the mountain breeze blew, the corpse dissipated between heaven and earth, no longer existing. The small mountain didn't suffer any damage. Chu Mu and Li Donglai left. Chu Mu returned to the Genius Garden, while Li Donglai left with Chu Mu's order and headed towards the Kanglan dynasty. After getting his revenge, he was determined to go to the Sword Tao. Without a doubt, the True Sword sect was a good place to go. Of course, there were also sword cultivation sects in the ancient Heaven region, but in terms of potential, they couldn't be compared to the True Sword sect. The current True Sword sect might only have a reputation in the Kanglan dynasty, but its potential was unquestionable. One day, the True Sword sect's name would definitely resound throughout the deep blue world. Moreover, Li Donglai was an Earth-class genius. Joining the True Sword sect would be beneficial to the True Sword sect. It complemented each other. Terrifying talent, terrifying strength, terrifying sword skills. After Chu Mu and Li Donglai left the small mountain, a figure seemed to walk out from the void. His face seemed to be covered by clouds, making it impossible to see clearly. After saying that, his figure quickly faded, as if he had merged into the void and disappeared. Outside the Genius Garden, there were countless pairs of eyes constantly watching. Every genius that entered and exited the Genius Garden would be fiercely stared at. Chu Mu returned to the Genius City and walked to the entrance of the Genius Garden. Just as he was about to enter, Brother Chu, someone walked over from the side. It was a mystic-class genius. When he saw Chu Mu, his eyes lit up and he quickly strode over to greet Chu Mu. Chu Mu turned around and saw someone he didn't know. He nodded his head in greeting and walked into the Genius Garden. Wait, this person's surname is Chu? The mystic-class genius path was blocked, so the person blocking him quickly asked. That's right. He's the one who defeated Jiang Ziyu on the decisive battle stage, Chu Mu. The mystic-class genius puffed out his chest and spoke with a proud tone, as if he was talking about himself. Actually, on the decisive battle stage, Chu Mu and Jiang Ziyu could not be said to have a clear victor. Chu Mu could indeed kill an ordinary second sky of the Eternal Realm, but that was for ordinary second sky of the Eternal Realm. Jiang Ziyu was a peerless genius. His strength was enough to kill an opponent a whole realm higher than him. In other words, Jiang Ziyu, who was in the middle stage of the Eternal Realm, could kill an ordinary second sky of the Eternal Realm or even late stage of the Eternal Realm. The difference between a peerless genius and an ordinary cultivator was not only the difference in strength, but also the difference in foundation. Jiang Ziyu was the young master of the Jiang clan, so he must have some trump cards on him. Therefore, if the two of them were to really engage in a life-and-death battle, it was unknown if Chu Mu would be able to kill Jiang Ziyu under the circumstances that he didn't utilize the sword sex spirit seal. However, no matter what, Jiang Ziyu had lost the battle on the battle stage. If news of this spread, it would naturally be Chu Mu who defeated Jiang Ziyu. What? He's Chu Mu? The one who is suspected to be a monstrous genius, Chu Mu? It's actually him. It's actually Chu Mu. I've already met him twice. Everyone pounded their chests and stamped their feet as they cried. Everyone was shocked, and they were filled with regret. Their hearts were filled with despair as they wailed. Chu Mu was a new peerless genius. He was the first peerless genius in the history of the Genius Garden to pass the 3 stages of the peerless realm in the shortest amount of time. Just this title alone held a lot of weight. Moreover, not long ago, there was news that Jiang Ziyu had lost the battle on the decisive battle stage after 10 moves. Who was Jiang Ziyu? He was the young master of the Jiang clan, one of the first-rate forces in the ancient heavenly domain that was second only to the 4 great heavenly palaces. He was a peerless genius who was at the middle stage of the first sky of the Aeon realm and was ranked 930th on the exceptional ranking list. He had killed more than 1 second sky of the Aeon realm cultivators. No matter which one it was enough to make Jiang Ziyu the center of attention. Adding all of them together, it was enough to make him the center of attention. However, such an expert had not only failed to defeat Chu Mu, who was at the 8th sky of the Nirvana realm, but he had also lost. He had lost 300 million upper-grade origin elixirs and 2 other conditions. Without a doubt, this had made Chu Mu's reputation even greater. The title of a suspected monstrous genius instantly fell on Chu Mu's head. This caused the factions that originally wanted to recruit him to become even more excited and proactive. Even the people from the 4 great heavenly gates began to take him seriously. Naturally, there were monstrous geniuses in the 4 great heavenly gates, but their numbers were far inferior to that of the peerless geniuses. Every monstrous genius was very important to the 4 great heavenly gates. If it was confirmed that Chu Mu was a monstrous genius, the 4 great heavenly gates would be willing to pay a huge price to recruit him. However, they had only heard of Chu Mu's name, but had never seen him with their own eyes. They did not know what he looked like. They had not expected him to walk past them and enter the Genius Garden. They had missed him by a hair's breadth. Now, they did not know how long they would have to wait before they could see him again and extend an olive branch. Outside the Genius Garden, the deacons were pounding their chests and stamping their feet in frustration. After Chu Mu entered the Genius Garden, he walked towards the exceptional residence. The geniuses he met along the way all stopped to greet him. Even if they could not become friends, they could at least form a good relationship. Chu Mu returned their greetings one by one. He gave off a humble and not arrogant feeling. When he was about to enter the exceptional residence, a voice sounded in his ears. It was the super expert overseeing the Genius Garden. He invited Chu Mu to the Jinyuan Tower for a chat. With doubts, Chu Mu changed his direction and headed towards the Jinyuan Tower. Although the Genius Garden was a relatively loose organization, it was still an organization. Other than the geniuses who had passed the test to join the Genius Garden, the Genius Garden also had its own internal members. For example, Yu Xiu was one of them. The super experts overseeing the Genius Garden were all internal members of the Genius Garden. They rotated in shifts of 100 years. He arrived in front of the Jinyuan Tower. "Come in." A voice sounded from the Jinyuan Tower. There were 4 people sitting in the Jinyuan Tower. Although they did not deliberately emit their aura, they gave Chu Mu an unshakable and undefeatable feeling just by sitting there. These 4 people were at least 7-star Saint experts. Chu Mu greets the 4 seniors. Chu Mu saluted with his sword. You can kill an ordinary late-stage 1-star Saint expert with a single sword strike. You are very good, very good. The first super expert, whose face seemed to be covered by clouds, said. Chu Mu's expression didn't change, but he was surprised in his heart. So what he had done was already known. Since ancient times, geniuses have been divided into yellow, xian, earth, and heaven. Peerless geniuses are above them. They are said to appear once in 100 years among 1 billion people. Above the peerless geniuses, there is an even higher level of geniuses. It is called the monstrous level. The second super expert said slowly. His voice was calm. The monstrous level geniuses are also called the once-in-a-lifetime monstrous geniuses. You are able to kill an ordinary late-stage 1-star saint expert with your early-stage 8th heavenly layer nirvana cultivation. You are worthy of being called the once-in-a-lifetime monstrous genius. The Genius Garden doesn't have any monstrous level assessment. Chu Mu smiled slightly. He wasn't nervous in the slightest when facing the 4 super experts. With a single sentence, he admitted the fact that he was a monstrous genius. Okay. The third super expert said one word. It was very powerful, and it was like thunder exploding in the void. Chu Mu, you are indeed a monstrous genius. This is also the fortune of our Genius Garden. The fourth super expert smiled. His casual tone made people feel comfortable. This time, we invited you here because we have something to discuss with you. Senior, please speak. Chu Mu was very polite. Although he was a monstrous genius, he was humble and courteous. This made the 4 super experts nod their heads secretly. They were even more satisfied. What do you think of the Genius Garden? The 4th super expert asked. It includes all the geniuses in the world and creates an authoritative certification for geniuses. It also provides convenience for geniuses to communicate. Chu Mu said briefly. Not bad. You see it very clearly. I wonder if you are interested in joining the Genius Garden? Senior, didn't I pass the Genius Garden's assessment? Chu Mu asked back. That's not what I meant. The Genius Garden is also an organization that nurtures its own geniuses and experts. They are people that truly belong to the Genius Garden. The 4th super expert was good at communicating. After a slight pause, he continued, inviting you to join the Genius Garden means that you will truly become a part of the Genius Garden. You will be able to enjoy the cultivation resources of the Genius Garden. Of course, there is a price to pay for the benefit. Thank you for your kindness, Senior. However, I am the master of a sect in the outer regions, said Chu Mu. Oh, I couldn't tell that you were the master of a sect. The first super expert smiled, but there was no mockery in his words. There was a hint of ridicule. There's no conflict. In fact, there are quite a few disciples from other forces in the Genius Garden. Our Genius Garden is different from sects and factions. As long as one's talent is enough, they're qualified to enter and enjoy the cultivation resources of the Genius Garden. There's no conflict between status and identity. Good. For example, I come from the outer regions and am also the master of a family, added the 4th super expert. We know that for certain reasons, you are in urgent need of metal essence. If you are willing to join the Genius Garden and become a part of it, the Genius Garden is willing to give you a piece of metal essence as a gift. The moment he said this, Chu Mu was shocked. Metal essence was an extremely rare heaven and earth essence. It had to be known that Chu Mu had put in quite a bit of effort in order to obtain the 5 elements essence. His luck was pretty good this time. At the trade fair, he had first obtained a fire soul essence. After helping Li Donglai kill Hibuyo, he had obtained an earth soul essence. Now, he only lacked metal essence. Once he obtained the metal essence, he would find some time to enter seclusion and cultivate the first layer of that shocking secret art. Thinking of that, Chu Mu's breathing became a bit rushed. This move of his had scratched Chu Mu's itch. However, although Chu Mu was moved, he wouldn't be so easily fooled. He needed to think about it. Chapter 1466. Unique Residence, True Sword Tower, 3rd floor. Chu Mu played with the crystal in his hand with unconcealable joy in his eyes. The crystal in his hand was about the size of a duck's egg. It had an irregular rhombus shape and was pure gold. It emitted a sharp aura fluctuation. This was one of the 5 elemental essences, the metal soul essence. With the metal soul essence in his hand, Chu Mu naturally agreed to join the Genius Garden. The Genius Garden was an organization that was neither a sect nor a gang. It was an organization that wasn't so strict. A family would have a patriarch, a sect would have a patriarch, and a gang would have a gang leader. However, the Genius Garden was different. There was no so-called garden master. In the beginning, the Genius Garden was created by a dozen or so peerless geniuses. In a sense, they were the first members of the Genius Garden. After that, every genius that walked out of the Genius City would join the Genius Garden and become a true member. The Genius Garden would also invite other geniuses to join. They would also search for their own geniuses and nurture them since young. The Genius Garden adopted a hierarchy. The lowest was the dark iron rank, followed by the bronze rank, silver rank, gold rank. Above the gold rank were the dark gold rank and the amethyst rank. Geniuses that had just joined the Genius Garden were defined as the dark iron rank if they were below the immemorial realm. Below the immemorial realm, they were defined as the bronze rank. After that, they had to rely on their own ability to advance step by step. It was rumored that the highest rank, the amethyst rank, was only reached by the dozen or so super experts that had created the Genius Garden. After joining the Genius Garden, there wouldn't be any conflicts with their other identities. It didn't matter if they were the patriarch of a family or the patriarch of a sect. It was revealed that there were many experts in the Genius Garden that came from the 4 heavenly gates and various forces in the ancient domain. This piece of metal soul essence was a gift for Chu Mu to join the Genius Garden. Because he was a monstrous genius, the first monstrous genius in the history of the Genius Garden. Since the Genius Garden wanted to invite him to join, they naturally had to pay a price that would move his heart. A piece of metal soul essence and a bronze heavens token. Chu Mu was in the Nirvana realm. In theory, he should have obtained an iron-ranked heavens token. However, Chu Mu was different. He was a monstrous genius and could not be treated with common sense. Now that I have the metal soul essence, I have gathered the essence of the 5 elements, and I have all kinds of treasures. It's time to practice the first level of that shocking secret technique. Chu Mu took a deep breath to calm the excitement in his heart. With a wave of his hand, the treasures required for the first layer of the secret arts appeared in front of him. From the forbidden area of the True God Sword sect, it had been a period of time since he obtained the inheritance of the Sword God throne. Chu Mu had always wanted to master the first layer of that shocking secret technique as soon as possible, but he lacked the treasures needed for cultivation. Now that he had all the treasures he needed, it was time to cultivate the first level of the shocking secret art. Chu Mu did not know how long it would take to cultivate the first level, so he gave the order to seal off the 3rd level. He also ordered Yushio to refuse any visitors. No matter what it was, they were not allowed to disturb him until he came out of seclusion. In addition to sealing off the 3rd level, Chu Mu also used his attainments in sealing to lay down layers of seals. As his cultivation increased, his realm increased. Although he did not deliberately study the Tao of Seals, he had unknowingly improved by a lot. A piece of news was spread out from the Genius Garden. Chu Mu, a new peerless genius from the outer realm, had been verified. His talent was above the peerless level. He was an eternal monstrous genius. Everyone in Genius City was in an uproar. In the end, it was just a guess. There was uncertainty. However, the news spread by the Genius Garden was true. This was the authority and reputation that the Genius Garden had accumulated over tens of thousands of years. In terms of the certification of geniuses, even the 4 great heavenly gates did not dare to say that they were more authoritative than the Genius Garden. When the news came out, Those who originally had the opportunity to come into contact with Chu Mu beat their chests and stamped their feet in regret. Now that Chu Mu was in seclusion, no matter what method they used, they were unable to come into contact with Chu Mu. Since they were unable to come into contact with him, they naturally could not talk about recruiting him. This feeling of being rejected and unable to use their strength made them feel very sullen. The people of the 4 great heavenly gates were even more furious. His eyes were closed, and there was a layer of invisible energy surrounding him. It flowed like water, and wherever it passed, treasures would be swept up and revolved around him. Under the invisible airflow, the treasures that were swept up were shattered one after another. The airflow carried a terrifying scorching temperature, causing the surrounding air to distort and be roasted. The impurities of the treasures were also removed, gradually leaving behind only the essence. The treasures were swept up one after another, and the impurities were removed and the essence was left behind, turning into drops of thick, crystalline liquid. In the end, only the gold soul essence, sea soul essence, earth soul essence, fire soul essence and half of the wood phase origin were left. The wood phase origin had grown through time and time again, and was not small. Chu Mu had cut out half of it, and used it to cultivate the first level of the shocking secret technique. The remaining half would not harm the foundation, and as time passed, and as it absorbed the power of wood, the wood phase origin would gradually recover, and even become stronger. The process of cutting out the wood phase origin was a very painful process, because the wood phase origin was rooted in his heart, and was almost integrated with it. When he cut out the wood phase origin, it felt like he was cutting out his own heart. The pain was unimaginable. Chu Mu's willpower was firm, but after cutting it out, his face was pale, and he rested for a long time before recovering. The strong and scorching airflow swept up the gold soul essence. The soul essence of the heaven and earth essence was a form of the essence. It was a hard form, and it was very difficult to destroy. Even if a high-level Nirvana realm cultivator attacked with all his strength, he would not be able to damage it. Only those who had reached the eternal realm would be able to destroy such a hard soul essence. The temperature of the airflow continued to rise, and it became increasingly hot. As it rotated, it scoured and burned the gold soul essence again and again. However, the gold soul essence was as stable as a rock, and it was difficult to shake. This required enough patience and time. After a day, the gold soul essence showed signs of softening, and it was harder to refine than other treasures. On the second day, the gold soul essence softened and began to be refined. On the third day, the gold soul essence turned into a substance that was between a solid and a liquid. On the fourth day, the gold soul essence truly melted into a liquid, but the impurities that could be refined were very little. After all, it was a natural essence of the heaven and earth, and it contained very little impurities. On the fifth day, the gold soul essence was finally refined by Chu Mu. It turned into a drop of golden water, and it looked very thick. After the gold soul essence melted, Chu Mu swept up the wood phase origin, and swept it into the airflow to refine it. The refining process of the wood phase origin was unusually smooth. Firstly, the wood phase origin was not as hard as the gold soul essence. Secondly, the wood phase origin originated from Chu Mu's heart, and it absorbed the power of wood to strengthen itself. Naturally, it filtered out all kinds of impurities. One day. In just one day, the wood phase origin was completely refined, and it turned into a drop of thick green liquid. He swept up the sea essence. Although the refining process of the sea essence was not as fast as the wood phase origin, it was still smoother than the gold soul essence. After all, gold represented hardness and sharpness, and water represented continuity and flexibility. The harder it was, the more difficult it was to refine it. After 4 days, Chu Mu finished refining the sea essence, and it turned into a drop of thick dark blue liquid. He then swept up the fire essence. Although the fire essence was not as hard as the gold soul essence in terms of hardness, It should be easier to refine than the gold soul essence. However, the fire essence was the essence of the power of fire in heaven and earth. It had a scorching heat, and it also had an unimaginable resistance to high temperatures. Therefore, the refining process of the fire essence was more difficult than the gold soul essence. On the first day, the gold soul essence began to show signs of softening, but the fire essence did not show any signs of softening. On the second day, the fire essence absorbed enough heat, and it turned red all over, emitting an even higher temperature. It began to show signs of softening. On the third day, it softened further. On the fourth day, it was between solid and liquid. On the fifth day, it was close to becoming liquid. On the sixth day, the fire essence finally softened completely, turning into liquid. On the seventh day, the refining of the fire essence was completed, and it turned into a drop of thick, fiery red liquid, emitting a shockingly high temperature. On the ground, there was only one piece left, the earth soul essence. In terms of hardness, the earth soul essence was even harder than the gold soul essence. Moreover, it also had the characteristic of being able to withstand high temperatures. To refine it completely, the difficulty was probably higher than the gold soul essence and the fire soul essence. After a long period of refining, Chu Mu's strength was constantly depleted. However, his soul was powerful, and his sword Yuan was rich and pure. His recovery speed was also very fast. This kind of depletion was not a concern. Due to the continuous refinement, the surrounding invisible air became increasingly hot, as if it was going to burn the space. The earth soul essence was swept up in circles, and it revolved around Chu Mu's body. It was constantly being refined, and the temperature gradually rose. On the third day, the earth soul essence showed signs of softening. On the fifth day, the earth soul essence was softened to a state between solid and liquid. On the seventh day, the earth soul essence was finally melted into liquid, and the impurities were extracted. At the end of the ninth day, the earth soul essence was finally refined by Chu Mu, and it turned into a drop of thick, yellowish-brown liquid. In this way, all the treasures needed for cultivation had been refined, and only the essences were left. The next step was fusion. The essences of dozens of treasures approached each other under Chu Mu's control, and fused into each other. Only the essences of the 5 elements did not move. After the essences of the treasures had completely fused, Chu Mu's attention fell on the essences of the 5 elements. Chapter 1467. I've been rejected again. This is already the 12th time. I'm about to lose my patience after being rejected again and again. Could it be that he's not inside? He's definitely inside. His maid has already said that he's in seclusion. I think that seclusion might just be an excuse. The sects and forces that wanted to recruit Chu Mu and tried their best to get in touch with Chu Mu had already sent people to the true sword tower of the exceptional residence, but they were still rejected. A portion of the people who came to recruit Chu Mu were the absolute geniuses of the absolute residence. With their status, doing this sort of recruitment was rather degrading. If not for the fact that the other party was an eternal monster-rank genius, they wouldn't have been able to do it. Even so, they were peerless geniuses and had their own pride. Recruiting once was fine, the second time would be barely acceptable, and the third time would be due to pressure. However, they would definitely not do it a 4th time. One had to know that being rejected again and again was enough to make them draw their swords out of anger. As Chu Mu's maid in the Genius Garden, Yushio was also under great pressure. However, since she was Chu Mu's maid, she naturally had to do her job well. Otherwise, she would be expelled from the Genius Garden. Being fawned over by so many sects and forces, and even the peerless geniuses would speak to her in a friendly manner, Yushio's heart was beating rapidly. She felt excited and didn't forget her status, constantly reminding herself not to overstep her boundaries. The master was the master, and the servant was the servant. No matter how high one's status was, it was all brought in by the master. If one couldn't distinguish this point, they would only be an idiot. Gold! A low shout rang out. His voice was extremely sharp, and it reverberated throughout the third floor of the True Sword Tower. It was like a sonorous and melodious sword cry. Shortly after, the metal soul essence emitted a boundlessly resplendent golden radiance from within. Water! With the second shout, the deep blue water droplet spun and emitted a deep blue radiance. The water intent fluctuated unceasingly, and vaguely, there seemed to be the sound of tides rising and falling. Among the 5 elements, metal begets water. Under Chu Mu's guidance, the golden essence fused into the deep blue water droplet. The water droplet was dyed with a layer of golden luster and emitted a shockingly sharp aura. Then, as the golden color gradually faded, the deep blue became deeper and more resplendent, like a flawless gem. Wood! A third shout was heard. The essence of the wood avatar's origin was a drop of pure green that exuded exuberant vitality. Water is wood. The deep blue water droplets merged with the essence of the wood aspect, nourishing it. Green and verdant, the exuberance of the saint level caused Chu Mu to be shocked. Fire! A fourth shout was heard. Fiery red ripples spread out and the temperature rose rapidly. The surrounding space was distorted by the high temperature. Wood breeds fire. Under the influence of the wood form's origin essence, the fire grew even stronger. As it burned, not only did the space around the fire distort, but a layer of faint black lines also appeared, as if the space was about to be burned. It was enough to show how terrifyingly high the temperature of the fire was. Earth! A fifth shout was heard, and a yellowish-brown light shone brightly. A heavy aura spread out, as if a mountain was pressing down. The burning flames fell on the yellowish-brown color and immediately merged with it, causing the yellowish-brown color to become even purer. The heavy aura became even stronger, as if an invisible mountain had turned into an invisible ancient mountain. Fire breeds earth. The 5 elements coexisted and condensed into the essence of earth. Then, a golden light spread out from the yellowish-brown color and quickly spread out. It became golden, then dark blue, then green, then fiery red, and finally yellowish-brown. The cycle continued, and the 5 colors constantly changed. Next to it, the essence of the dozens of treasures that had already merged also came closer and merged with the essence of the 5 elements. Immediately, an incomparably powerful aura exploded outwards, charging in all directions and causing the layers of restrictions Chu Mu had set up to shatter as if they were dried twigs. In the roar of the hurricane, a drop of essence turned into a chaotic color and floated in front of Chu Mu, emitting an astonishing power fluctuation. Taking a deep breath, Chu Mu's eyes were filled with excitement. He calmed himself down. Everything had been prepared. Next, he would be able to cultivate the first layer of the shocking secret technique. However, before that, he would have to adjust his body to its peak state. His heart calmed down, and he recovered the sword energy and spiritual sense that he had consumed, and adjusted his essence, energy, and spirit. A day later, all the energy that he had consumed was completely restored, and his essence, energy, and spirit were at the peak. Finally, it's time to cultivate. He sighed in his heart, and all the distracting thoughts disappeared. He opened his mouth and sucked, and the drop of water that had been floating in front of him was sucked into his mouth. With a bang, it was as if thunder had exploded in his stomach. The drop of water shattered, and a vast and terrifying power spread out in all directions, attacking his limbs and bones. If it weren't for Chu Mu's body transformation realm cultivation, and his body was terrifyingly strong, under the impact of this power, his body would have been torn apart. Even so, his body trembled violently, and his skin turned red, emitting an astonishing heat. Steam rose in spirals. He calmed his heart and focused his mind, eliminating all distracting thoughts. The sword is the heavens and earth. The heavenly Tao contains the sword Tao becomes the heavenly Tao, the heavens are the sword, the earth is the sword, the man is the sword, The sword Tao is supreme, the divine Tao is boundless. A chant flowed through Chu Mu's mind. It was the chant for the first layer of the shocking secret technique. The name of this shocking secret technique was Sword God Descends. Sword Tao, Heavenly Tao, Divine Tao, the Sword Tao is supreme. Such a tone was extremely shocking. The person who created this secret technique had an unimaginably high will. Chu Mu had heard of the Heavenly Tao before, and he was even more familiar with the Sword Tao. But as for the Divine Tao, he had never heard of it. But now that he was cultivating, he didn't have time to think about it. The chant flashed through his mind, but each word was clear, as if it was engraved in his mind. The vast and majestic power that was raging in Chu Mu's body was also guided by an invisible force. From chaos and disorder, it became orderly, and it began to revolve in a specific path. In the human body there were countless large and small meridians. They were distributed in a crisscrossing pattern, forming a complete human body. When a cultivator cultivated, they opened up the larger meridians, allowing their origin power to circulate within. This allowed them to constantly strengthen their body and enhance their cultivation. But there were some special cultivation methods and secret techniques that used the more remote meridians. These meridians were small and fragile, and with just a slight impact, they would break and shatter. It was not easy to open them up. Chu Mu's body transformation cultivation was the cultivation of his entire body. Even those small meridians would receive benefits, strengthening one by one. Some small meridians would also be unknowingly opened up. There was a saying that 100 meridians were opened. This would make it easier for people to cultivate. But in reality, there were more than 100 meridians in the human body. There were tens of thousands of them. The tyrannical power within his body was guided, mobilized, and rushed into each of the small meridians. Suddenly, popping sounds came from Chu Mu's body. These were the sounds of meridians being unable to withstand the impact of the boundless power, shattering. Every time a meridian shattered, it would bring a burst of pain. Chu Mu forcibly endured it. Compared to the temptation of cultivating the first layer of the Sword God's Descent secret technique, this insignificant pain was nothing to be afraid of. His powerful self-healing ability came into play. The shattered meridians rapidly healed under the vigorous vitality. After the meridians healed, not only were they unobstructed, but they also became thicker and tougher. His endurance had increased by another step. The meridians shattered, healed, and opened up one by one. Power surged into them and began to circulate. The feeling of the overflowing power in his body gradually disappeared. The meridians were constantly opened up, and power kept pouring in. This was a power that was different from the sword origin or the power of the physique. The open meridians surrounded Chu Mu's body, forming a perfect cycle, covering every part of his body except for his head. The meridians in his head were too mysterious and too fragile. No one dared to touch them rashly. Otherwise, if they were not careful, they would be injured mentally or even their soul would be damaged. The meridians ran through his body, and the power merged into them. They quieted down and slowly settled down, turning into the power of Chu Mu's secret technique. He opened his eyes, and a bright light shone. He opened his mouth slightly, and a white stream of air spurted out, condensing into a divine sword. It pierced through the void in front of him, and shot more than 10 meters away, hitting the third layer of the seal. After it shattered, layers of ripples spread out. This breath of aura was sufficient to directly penetrate and kill an ordinary high-level rebirth realm expert. The first layer of the Sword God's Descent secret technique has finally been cultivated. Now let's use it once and see how tyrannical it is. Chu Mu thought to himself. Sword God, descend. Chu Mu muttered to himself. Suddenly, the power of the secret technique that was silent in his small meridians was activated. In an instant, it circulated throughout his body, and a terrifying power surged out from within Chu Mu's body. It was like a divine sword being unsheathed inch by inch. His eyes emitted a shocking silver light, which was cold and incomparably sharp. His entire body seemed to have turned into a peerless sword, and an incomparably tyrannical power surged and circulated within his body. With one finger, the sword light broke through the air, and it was unbelievably fast. Chumu found it hard to imagine. It was as if the moment he raised his hand, he had already hit the target. A small hole was actually broken through the third layer of the seal, and it only recovered after 3 breaths. Soon after, his astonishing aura receded like the tide, and returned to normal. Chumu cancelled the secret technique. The first layer of this secret technique is indeed very powerful, but the consumption of power is also very shocking. Chumu carefully sensed it and said to himself, a 10-fold increase was indeed very shocking. It gave him a feeling that there was a terrifying power in every move he made, and the consumption of power was also very shocking. He was afraid that the secret technique he had stored up would not be able to last long. Such a secret technique could only be used as a trump card. Chapter 1468. Just how big is the difference between us and a monstrous genius? The geniuses that belonged to the genius garden in the small world of geniuses were discussing spiritedly. Some of them were geniuses that had been nurtured by the genius garden since they were young. They truly belonged to the genius garden in terms of status and other aspects. Some came from the outside world and belonged to various sections. They were invited to join the genius garden. The small world of geniuses was an ownerless small world discovered by a dozen super saint experts of the genius garden. After refining it, they made arrangements and fused various treasures into it to create the genius garden's headquarters. It could be said that the small world of geniuses was the true genius garden. At this time, thousands of geniuses had gathered in the Nirvana Hall in the small world of geniuses. They were all discussing Chumu. After Chumu agreed to join the genius garden, the upper echelons of the genius garden had spread the news to every genius in the small world of geniuses. Those with high cultivation and high status rarely appeared here. Those who gathered in the Nirvana Hall were usually in the Nirvana realm. The highest was the peak of the Nirvana realm. After all, the difference between the Nirvana realm and the eternal realm was very obvious. It was a huge difference in life force. The Nirvana realm had the Nirvana Hall, and the eternal realm had the eternal hall. An eternal monstrous genius from the outside world. Haha, our outer sect's overall strength has increased again. An earth-grade genius from the outside world laughed loudly. So what if your outer sect has one more genius? You'll still be trampled by our inner sect. Another earth-grade genius sneered. His voice spread throughout the Law Development Hall. Upon closer inspection, the thousands of geniuses in the Law Development Hall were vaguely divided into 2 camps. In fact, the geniuses in the small world of geniuses were indeed divided into 2 camps, the outer sect and the inner sect. The outer sect and inner sect were different from the outer sect and inner sect of other sections. The outer sect and inner sect of a sect were divided by level. Above the outer sect was the inner sect. The difference in status and strength was very obvious. However, the outer and inner sect of the small world of geniuses didn't represent level, but origin. Outer disciples referred to the geniuses invited from the outside world. Inner disciples referred to the geniuses cultivated in the small world of geniuses since they were young. This was passed down after the small world of geniuses was established. Its purpose was to promote competition, and also to nurture the development of geniuses in the small world of geniuses. Only with pressure would there be motivation. In terms of foundation, the small world of geniuses was ultimately inferior to the 4 great heavenly gates, but it was also superior to many first-rate forces. They had been searching for children from all over the outside world and bringing them back to nurture. In the beginning, the inner sect was naturally inferior to the outer sect. However, as time passed, and under the pressure, the inner sect also developed, and some incredible peerless geniuses appeared. Gradually, they became equal to the outer sect and then surpassed them. The competition between the outer sect and inner sect would be endless. The pressure would drive each other to improve. This was what the founder of the small world of geniuses wanted to see. With competition, it was inevitable that conflicts would arise over a long period of time. It was not surprising. Like now, a new monster-level genius had joined. For the outer sect, it was great news, but for the inner sect, it was not good news. The monster-level genius was known as a once-in-a-lifetime genius. The small world of geniuses had developed for tens of thousands of years, but there had never been one. Therefore, the talent and potential of a monster-level genius were unknown. They only knew that since they were called monster-level geniuses, they naturally had to be superior to other geniuses. For a time, the geniuses of the inner sect all felt the pressure increase greatly. However, the peerless geniuses of the inner sect did not think that they would lose to the other party. They had enough confidence in themselves. Sword Dao training, battle training, and communication training were all part of the training. In short, every word and action were all part of the training. Chu Mu breathed a sigh of relief after he had mastered the first level of the Sword God's Descent. The first level could increase one's strength by 10 times, and the second level could increase one's strength by 100 times. It was very terrifying, but the treasures required for the second level were far more than the first level. The first layer required dozens of treasures. They were all relatively precious, but Chu Mu could still easily obtain a portion of them. Only the 5 elemental essences were relatively difficult to obtain. As for the second layer of the secret technique, it required hundreds of treasures. Most of the treasures could still be easily obtained by Chu Mu. In fact, he could even find a majority of the treasures he currently possessed. The most difficult thing to obtain was the essence of heaven and earth. The essence of the 5 elements was necessary, and it had to be twice as much as the first level. In addition, it also required the essence of wind, essence of thunder, and essence of ice. The amount must also be the same as the essence of the 5 elements. It was very difficult to obtain the essence of the 5 elements, let alone the other 3 essences of heaven and earth. Chu Mu himself did not know when he would be able to cultivate the second level. As for the treasures required for the third level, there were thousands of them. Not to mention seeing them, just thinking about them made one feel despair. But at the same time, the third level was also very terrifying. It could increase one's strength by 1,000 times. When used, it could easily kill a powerful enemy. At present, the first level of the Sword God's Descent was enough. From the depths of the Genius Garden, Chu Mu entered the Genius Small World. The concentration of Yuan Qi in the Genius Small World was no less than that of the Exceptional Residence. In other words, cultivating in the Genius Small World was like cultivating in the Exceptional Residence. It was nothing for exceptional geniuses, but it was a good treatment for geniuses below the level of exceptional geniuses. In addition to the concentration of Yuan Qi, there were many suitable cultivation places and better resources in the Genius Small World. Brother Chu, I'll take you to choose a residence first. Next to Chu Mu was Gu Shaojie, a genius from the inner and outer sect of the Genius Small World. He was at the peak of the 8th heavenly layer. Chu Mu had entered the Genius Small World by himself and was unfamiliar with the place. Coincidentally, Gu Shaojie met him, and Chu Mu wanted to know more, so he stopped Gu Shaojie to ask. Gu Shaojie also guessed Chu Mu's identity and was secretly delighted. He took the initiative to guide Chu Mu. Chu Mu did not know much about the Genius Small World, so Gu Shaojie explained to him while leading the way so that he could familiarize himself with the various situations of the Genius Small World. Although the Genius Small World is divided into the inner sect and outer sect, there is no distinction between the two sections. It is completely based on one's preferences. What kind of environment does Brother Chu like to live in? Gu Shaojie asked. What kind of residences are there? Chu Mu asked. There are pavilions in the water, caves in the mountains, pavilions in the bamboo, halls in the valley. Gu Xiaojie listed dozens of different residences in one breath. Take me to the bamboo pavilion, Chu Mu said. Okay, Brother Chu, please come with me. Gu Xiaojie's attitude was neither distant nor flattering. However, being able to be Chu Mu's guide was in itself a type of opportunity. He could be considered to be on good terms with Chu Mu, but to what extent he could be on good terms with him would depend on his own ability. Gu Xiaojie, what are you doing? On the way, acquaintances saw Gu Xiaojie and asked while glancing at Chu Mu. Nothing, I just met a new friend, so I'm taking him around. Gu Xiaojie casually answered without introducing Chu Mu to them. He took Chu Mu away. Chu Mu didn't say anything either. He couldn't just loudly call out who he was after entering this place. The genius who greeted Gu Xiaojie looked at Chu Mu's back and frowned slightly. A new face, could it be a new genius who just joined? He immediately understood. Although new geniuses didn't often join the genius small world, there would be one or two every once in a while. Sometimes the interval would be longer, sometimes it would be shorter. This person didn't think too much about it. A cool breeze blew by, accompanied by the clear sound of rustling bamboo leaves. A faint fragrance of bamboo spread in all directions. Along with the wind and the rustling of bamboo leaves, there seemed to be waves of ethereal sounds. Brother Chu, little brother, this is the Sound Bamboo Forest. That building is the Sound Bamboo Tower. Gu Xiaojie brought Chu Mu to the front of a bamboo forest. The bamboo forest was very large, occupying an area of 10 li. In the middle of the bamboo forest, there was a bamboo tower constructed from bamboo. The bamboo tower existed in the bamboo forest, just like that, as if it was formed naturally by countless bamboos coiling around it. It was as if it had grown together with the bamboo forest. It was so harmonious that there wasn't the slightest bit of disharmony. The bamboo tower was completely a part of this bamboo forest. Not bad. Chu Mu nodded. He was very satisfied with the environment here. Brother Chu, little brother, after settling down, you can leave your name on the screen wall, climb the myriad ceasing peak, and fight against the iron wall. You will definitely have a good harvest. Gu Xiaojie said. I won't disturb you for now, goodbye. After saying that, Gu Xiaojie clasped his fists and left. In fact, he wanted to stay and continue to bond with Chu Mu to deepen his impression, but he also understood that there was a limit to it. If he went too far, it would only make people feel disgusted. Many thanks, Brother Gu. Chu Mu gave a slight sword salute and strode into the Sound Bamboo Forest, heading towards the Sound Bamboo Tower. Junior Brother Ling, I know you like bamboo, so I'll bring you to the Sound Bamboo Forest. From now on, the Sound Bamboo Forest will be your cave dwelling. Along the way, two people were running at full speed. One of them said, the aura emitted from his body had already surpassed the Nirvana realm, reaching the eternal ancient realm. Senior Brother Wan, the Sound Bamboo Forest is a treasure among bamboos, the Sound Bamboo Forest. The person surnamed Ling's eyes lit up with joy. The Sound Bamboo was a treasure among bamboos. It was said that when the wind blew or touched the bamboo would emit a melodious sound that was very pleasant to the ears. It could calm one's heart and help one to concentrate. That's right. The Saint Realm expert surnamed Wan nodded. The two people had already arrived outside the Sound Bamboo Forest. Chapter 1469. The sound of the wind and the sound of the bamboo leaves was clear and ethereal. It was like the sound of the harp and the accompaniment of the zither and the flute. It was very melodious and ethereal, making people happy. Good. When the two arrived in front of the Sound Bamboo Forest, the youth surnamed Ling was pleasantly surprised. He couldn't help but praise. It's good that Junior Brother is satisfied. The youth surnamed Wan smiled. Senior Brother Wan, I'm very satisfied. Later, I'll put in a good word for you in front of Master. The youth surnamed Ling smiled. Thank you, Junior Brother. The youth surnamed Wan was overjoyed. The reason he had spent so much effort to inquire about the various caves in the genius small world was to curry favor with this junior brother. It had to be known that there were countless caves in the entire genius small world. Unless one spent a lot of time specifically searching through their memories, they would only know a small portion of them. This junior brother was called Ling Jiani. It was rumored that when he was born, there was the sound of a sword ringing. In the sky, there was even the phenomenon of a meteor-like sword light streaking across the sky. However, he came from a small clan that was annihilated by someone and was almost killed. Luckily, he was saved. From then on, he entered the Genius Garden and became the disciple of a high-level sword saint. He started learning the sword at the age of 3 and displayed an unparalleled talent in the way of the sword. Because of his amazing talent in the sword Tao, he was accepted as the last disciple of that high-level sword saint and was taught until today. Only then was he allowed to leave and enter the genius small world. Speaking of which, that high-level sword saint was also a genius nurtured by the genius small world a long time ago. Ling Jiani could also be considered a genius. Thus, they both belonged to the inner sect of the genius small world. Ling Jiani had been nurtured since he was young and had followed his master to travel the ancient heaven domain and other domains. It wasn't until recently that he returned and officially entered the genius small world. As for Wan Qing, he was also a disciple of that high-level sword saint. However, he was only an ordinary disciple because he himself was an earth-grade genius. Although it was funny to say that he wanted to curry favor with his junior brother, he knew that with Ling Jiani's talent and master's care, it was only a matter of time before Ling Jiani surpassed him. In addition, he had made a mistake in his early years and was disliked by his master. If he could please his junior martial brother and his junior martial brother put in a few good words for him in front of his master, perhaps his master would forgive his mistake. The youth surnamed Ling carefully admired the entire bamboo forest and listened to the sounds of the bamboo forest. He became more and more satisfied, but the youth surnamed Wan's expression changed, becoming somewhat bewildered. "Junior brother Ling, it seems like someone has been here before," Wan Qing said. "The environment here is beautiful. It's not strange for people to come here." Ling Jiani said disapprovingly. "No, judging from the traces, it seems like someone entered the bamboo melody tower before us." Wan Qing's gaze swept across the ground and locked onto the bamboo melody tower in the distance. "Just let them move away." Ling Jiani was still in no hurry. With that said, Ling Jiani and Wan Qing strode into the bamboo forest, heading towards the bamboo tune tower. Chu Mu felt two auras approaching. One of them was sharp and the other was violent. They seemed to have ill intentions, so he walked out. "This sound bamboo forest has already been reserved by my junior brother Ling. No matter who you are, leave this place immediately and find another place. Otherwise..." Wan Qing looked over and saw that it was actually only an early-stage Nirvana realm cultivator, so he threatened coldly. One was an early-stage first sky of the Aeon realm sword cultivator, the other was a late-stage ninth sky of the Nirvana realm sword cultivator. That's right, the late-stage ninth sky of the Nirvana realm was indeed a sword cultivator. The sharpness on his body told Chu Mu that he was a sword cultivator who had comprehended sword force. Chu Mu's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. In the ancient god world, there were many sword cultivators in the human clan. Nirvana realm cultivators who comprehended the essence of sword skills and grasped sword force were many. However, in the deep blue world, the way of the sword had declined. There were very few who mainly cultivated the way of the sword, and even fewer who were outstanding. After some experience, the person in front of him was the first sword cultivator he had seen who grasped sword force in the Nirvana realm. Of course, in the deep blue world, there was more than one sword cultivator who grasped sword force in the Nirvana realm. However, Chu Mu had never seen one before. However, a sword saint like Ling Fengshao should have grasped sword force in the Nirvana realm. No matter what, a sword cultivator in the deep blue world, who was able to grasp sword force in the Nirvana realm, had a very high talent in the way of the sword. He was worth looking at. The bamboo forest is my cave residence. This time I won't argue with you. Leave now. Chu Mu said indifferently. Anyone could enter an ownerless place. However, it was different when there was an owner. Entering without permission would be seen as a provocation. What a joke. I think you should leave by yourself. Otherwise, don't blame me for bullying the weak. Wan Qing said angrily. His aura skyrocketed. The sword on his back was about to be unsheathed. Its sharpness soared into the sky, and killing intent filled the air. Using the strong to bully the weak. Chu Mu's lips curled into a playful smile. Who was stronger and who was weaker? He could tell that although this person's aura was strong, it couldn't be compared to Jiang Ziu's. He wasn't his opponent at all. I'll give you a chance. Let's see how you'll bully the weak. Chu Mu smiled. In the past, he acted in a low-key manner. However, this time, he planned to act in a high-profile manner. He wanted to show off his might. When his momentum was strong enough, he would announce his identity as the sect master of the True Sword Sect and push the reputation of the True Sword Sect to a shocking height. In the ancient Heaven domain, the number of geniuses far exceeded the Kanglan dynasty. If the True Sword Sect could become famous in the ancient Heaven domain, it would attract many geniuses and strengthen the True Sword Sect. As for trouble, it was impossible to not encounter trouble if he wanted to develop. Showing off his might would start from here. The road of conquest would also start from here. The Eternal Realm Sword Saint in front of him would be the first person he defeated here. As for the other person, although he was a sword cultivator, his sharpness wasn't strong enough. Take my sword, Thunder Crash! Wan Qing shouted and pulled out his sword. Purple sword light flashed. His left hand touched the blade of the sword, and purple lightning danced as he slashed out. The purple sword light turned into lightning, shuttling through the void. In an instant, it crossed 100 meters and slashed towards Chu Mu. The void shook and the wind howled. Senior Brother Wan's thunder crash is deep in the essence. Ling Jianyi nodded inwardly. They came from the same sect and cultivated part of the same sword skills. He had also cultivated this thunder crash before. Chu Mu's sword finger moved gently and pointed forward. The power of true intent condensed at the tip of his finger. Under the flowing sword power, it seemed to be able to pierce through the void. With a loud bang, a terrifying purple sound wave exploded and spread in all directions. The thunder crash sword light was shattered. You take my sword as well. Chu Mu's sword finger fiercely pierced forward. A beam of golden and silver sword light pierced through the sky and shot towards Wan Qing at an extremely fast speed. You're too arrogant. Wan Qing's eyelids twitched as he shouted. He was extremely angry. A mere early Nirvana realm martial artist dared to look down on him. He didn't even draw his sword and only used his finger to attack. He didn't put him in his eyes at all. On the other hand, Ling Jianyi was a little surprised. He felt that there was sword energy fluctuation between Chu Mu's fingers. It didn't seem to be weak. In addition, there seemed to be another kind of energy fluctuation. It was very sharp and unfamiliar. Wan Qing's sword slashed and shattered Chu Mu's sword light. The sword shook violently, and under the impact, he had to take 2 steps back to neutralize it. Good, you can actually force me to retreat. It seems that 30% of my strength is not enough to deal with you. Wan Qing was so angry that he laughed. Although he was surprised, it wasn't to the point where he couldn't accept it because he was only an Earth-grade genius. There were still Heaven-grade geniuses and peerless geniuses above him. Just like his junior brother Ling, a peerless genius. It wouldn't be easy for him to defeat him even if he used all of his strength. Senior brother, don't make a move. Leave it to me. Ling Jianyi stretched out his hand and stopped Wan Qing. He looked a little excited. He was a genius, a peerless genius. He had once fought against an ordinary early one-star Saint Realm martial artist. His strength was amazing. He felt that he couldn't find a rival among the sword cultivators of the same generation. Now, he found that Chu Mu, whose cultivation was lower than his, had also grasped sword energy. Obviously, Chu Mu had extraordinary talent in sword cultivation. Perhaps Chu Mu wouldn't be inferior to him. It was worth it for him to make a move. My name is Ling Jiani. You have also grasped sword energy, which has aroused my interest. I hope you won't disappoint me. Ling Jiani's tone was a little excited, but not aggressive. Make your move. Chu Mu said. Take my sword, lightning flash. The sword on Ling Jiani's back was instantly unsheathed. A stunning green sword light flashed. The green sword light jumped and slashed forward. It turned into a green lightning bolt and blasted towards Chu Mu. Wan Qing had also used this move before. However, when Ling Jian used it, it was a little different. The green lightning was more condensed, and the momentum was more condensed. It didn't spread to the surroundings. This showed that Ling Jiani's control of his strength was better than Wan Qing's. If cultivation was disregarded, Ling Jiani was definitely better than Wan Qing. This sword had the power to threaten an ordinary early one-star Saint Realm martial artist. Grade 3 sword force, not bad. Chu Mu could easily feel the power contained in it. He nodded inwardly. A blazing sword light bloomed. The heaven-slaying sword was unsheathed. The sword chi was cold, sweeping across the void. With a slash, it directly shattered the green lightning. It turned into a crescent moon that cut through the sky. The force was restrained, and it didn't spread to the surroundings at all. Good. Ling Jiani's eyes shone with a sharp light. He was excited to see a prey. With a loud shout, his figure rose. The sword light in his hand seemed to explode, turning into a sea of sword light. Under the impact, it shattered the crescent moon sword light and blasted towards Chu Mu with an unstoppable force. It was as though it wanted to destroy Chu Mu and the entire bamboo sound house. With a stab of the sword, the wave-like sword force suddenly stopped. It was as though the space was frozen. Under the stab of the sword, the space was penetrated and cracks appeared. With a light touch of the sword in Ling Jiani's hand trembled uncontrollably. His hand was numb, and he almost couldn't hold the sword. His entire body was sent flying, and he only managed to stabilize himself after retreating tens of meters. Sir is indeed powerful. Please tell me your name. I will seek your guidance in the future. Ling Jian kept his sword and bowed slightly towards Chu Mu. Chu Mu. Chu Mu replied. This bamboo sound forest belongs to Sir from now on. I will take my leave. Ling Jiani nodded, indicating that he remembered the other party. He turned and left. Wan Qing glared fiercely at Chu Mu before turning and leaving as well.